Chapter 1357. Little junior brother, I'll leave this side to you, Feng Wujiang said. Beside him, Chiu Min intimately snuggled up to him like a 16-year-old girl. When the two of them stood together, they were truly a handsome man and a beautiful woman. From the outside, it was simply impossible to tell that Chiu Min was pregnant with a daughter. Lu Yi covered his eyes with one hand and waved the other. Let's go. The two of you make me feel very lonely. Chiu Min covered her mouth and chuckled. If junior brother Yi feels lonely, you can find someone to accompany you. The two of them left. Lu Yi returned to the main hall and did a little check. Now, the most important thing in the Guardian Hall was naturally the star map of the starry sky around the 9 regions. This was the result of the continuous exploration of the 9 regions' constellations. However, the area around the 9 regions still needed to be perfected. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the nearby space around the 9 regions could be fully explored. Other than the star map, there were also the spirit jades that Lu Yi gave to Jian Guhong. When he gave them to Jian Guhong, there were 15,000 pieces of spirit jades. They were left in the Guardian Hall for the Guardian Envoys to use for their cultivation, so as not to delay their cultivation progress. Now, it seemed that not much was used. After all, cultivators who had just entered the constellation did not consume much spirit jades. Lu Yi had tried it before. Ordinary people only needed about 20 spirit jades a month to satisfy their cultivation needs. 15,000 spirit jades could be used for dozens of years. Other than that, as Lu Yi entered the Guardian Hall, there were 2 more secret rooms here. In one of the secret rooms, there were many jade slips and rubbings that he had brought out from the dwarf race's Rest Abyss Pavilion. They recorded all kinds of things that the dwarf race had explored the starry sky over the years. It was of great significance to the current 9 regions. In the other secret room, there were the musical notes that Lu Yi had refined before. The range of the 9 regions' heavenly secrets was limited. Moreover, in the starry sky, cultivators used musical notes to communicate with each other. On this point, the 9 regions naturally had to be connected to the outside world. Therefore, in the future, if anyone in the 9 regions was promoted to constellation, or if there were already 4, Women's City's Law Guardian Hall reported. Firstly, to receive their own musical notes and leave their own imprint on the other musical notes, making it easier to communicate with others. Secondly, to read the information in the jade slips and understand more about the starry sky. This was to avoid being confused after entering the starry sky. The news had already spread, and as time passed, these regulations should slowly be implemented. Lu Ye's days in the Guardian Hall were boring and lonely. Apart from occasionally receiving messages from other constellations and filling up his star chart, Lu Yi had nothing else to do. Every day, other than cultivating, he would be reading the thick and heavy books that he had brought out from the humanoid tribe. What was worth mentioning was that after almost 2 years of exploration, the constellation realm cultivators of the 9 regions had actually coincidentally found the location of the Wushuang continent. Before they found the exact location of the Wushuang continent, the 9 prefectures had no idea. They could only deduce that it was not too far away from the 9 prefectures. Because of Uxian's arrangement in the past, 9 regions could draw on the foundation of the Wushuang continent, and the 2 worlds could also form a smooth communication between them. Of course not. This was because even if Uxian was a sunshine, there was no way for him to link the 2 realms together. The person who found the Wushuang continent was Lu Ye's old acquaintance, the 3rd generation sect master of the Vitality sect, Meng Jia. He was one of the first people in 9 regions to be promoted to a constellation. He probably felt that he shouldered the heavy responsibility of exploring the starry sky. While the others were only exploring the 9 regions, he was advancing in a straight line, going further and further away. This was also in line with his personality as a body cultivator. He was straightforward, brave, and fearless. He would always charge at the front and protect his companions behind him. Even when Xian arrived in Nine Regions, no one could contact him. Until one day, he suddenly discovered a realm that seemed to have some vitality. When he entered it, he coincidentally saw the cultivators of Nine Regions. From this, it was confirmed that it was the Wushuang continent. Meng Jie himself did not return to Nine Regions because the journey back was too far and there was not enough time. However, since he had entered the Wushuang continent, it was easy to contact Nine Regions. He could casually find a few cultivators of Nine Regions and get them to pass the message back. If it were not for the fact that the array set up by Xian did not support the teleportation of Constellation Realm cultivators, he could have used the array to directly teleport back to Nine Regions. Therefore, the star map of the Guardian Hall was circular as a whole. It was circular, but it was extremely protruding at a certain location, as if this circle had grown a long horn. The tip of that horn was the location of the Wushuang continent. Lu Yi estimated that according to the speed of a Constellation Realm cultivator, it would take at least a year to fly from Nine Regions to the Wushuang continent. This was also in line with the time Meng Jie spent in the exploration process. During the exploration process, he was not always in a flying state. He would also stop midway to search for spirit jades. Meng Jie was able to find the Wushuang continent purely by luck. After all, it was a spherical direction after leaving Nine Regions. The distance between the two realms was a year. Any slight deviation would cause him to miss it. He did not continue his exploration. Instead, he stayed in the starry sky near the Wushuang continent to search for spirit jades. There were many constellations in Nine Regions, and the competition was fierce. On the other hand, he was the only one in the Wushuang continent. He could search however he wanted. A month passed quickly, and Lu Yi finally finished reading the thick ancient book. Many wonderful ideas emerged in his mind, and he could not wait to deduce new spirit inscriptions. There were many spirit inscriptions that needed to be deduced. Basically, many of the spirit inscriptions that he obtained before the Divine Sea Realm were not very useful. It could be seen from the sharpness and defense. However, it was not easy to deduce a new spirit inscription. Therefore, he could only prioritize one of them. Lu Yi chose the defense inscription. Sharpness and defense were the first spirit inscriptions that he obtained. They could play a great role in battle. Now that the sharpness had been replaced by the divine edge, there was no replacement for the defense inscription. Naturally, he had to strengthen this aspect first. With the defense inscription as the foundation, with the help of the deduction ability after the second transformation of the talent tree, combined with his own attainments in spirit inscriptions, Lu Yi felt that he should be able to obtain a good spirit inscription as long as he had enough time. During this period, some constellations that had advanced would occasionally report to the Guardian Hall to receive their notes. Then they would plunge into the secret room where many jade slips were stored to read. They would not come out for many days. In the past, the Guardian Hall was very quiet. Basically, no one would come here. However, since Lu Yi took charge of this place, it gradually became lively. Although it was not as crowded as a marketplace, it was much better than before. Lu Yi condensed his own doppelganger to receive these people. At the same time, he filled in the gaps in the star atlas according to the information from outside. His original body was immersed in deducing new spirit inscriptions. His own spirit jades were also constantly being consumed in this state. In the early stage of the constellation realm, one would only need 20 spirit jades a month. However, Lu Yi was different. In the beginning, he needed about 120 spirit jades a month. Now, as his strength increased, he needed about 150 spirit jades. The increase was not great. After all, he had not made a substantial breakthrough in his cultivation realm. This was still within the effective cultivation efficiency that he controlled. If he did it openly, no matter how many spirit jades he had, it would not be enough to squander. Of course, if this was the case, it would cause a great waste. Half a year passed in a flash. On this day, Lu Yi was studying his new spirit inscription. After such a long time, the new spirit inscription deduced based on the defense inscription had already taken shape. However, the power of the defense inscription had not yet reached Lu Ye's expectations. Therefore, these days he had been trying to improve the details to see if he could improve this new spirit inscription even more. Suddenly, there was a message from the battlefield imprint. This was a very normal thing. The constellations that were exploring outside would contact him from time to time, passing on the location and situation of some planets that they had discovered so that he could fill in the star atlas. Little Nine would also occasionally chat with him to pass the time. However, what was abnormal was that there was not only one message, but 3 in a row. Soon, more messages came one after another. There were even messages from musical notes. Lu Ye's expression turned serious. He immediately realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise, there was no reason for so many people to contact him in such a short period of time. He quickly immersed his mind to investigate, and his expression collapsed. Something had happened in the Wushuang continent. Just 2 hours ago, the 9 states cultivators who were tempering themselves in the Wushuang continent to obtain battle merits suddenly noticed that there was a violent battle in the sky. The commotion was so great that it was not at the level of a divine ocean realm cultivator. Now, in the 9 states constellations outside the Wushuang continent, only Meng Jie was there. Therefore, no one knew who he was fighting with. The divine ocean realm cultivators who went to the Wushuang continent to earn battle merits were not at a high level. Naturally, they could not investigate. After observing for a while, they felt that the battle was getting louder and louder. It was even mixed with Meng Jie's roars and roars. Those divine ocean realm cultivators immediately realized that something was wrong. They quickly sent people back to the 9 states through the transmission array to pass on the message. As the message was passed on, many constellations that could be contacted quickly learned about the situation. They began to contact the current guardian of the 9 states, Lu Yi. Only then did he receive messages from his battlefield imprint and musical notes. Lu Yi quickly scanned through all the information, but he still didn't have a clear understanding of the situation. Now, the Wushuang continent only knew that Meng Jie was fighting with an enemy, but no one knew what kind of enemy it was. If it was before, the 9 states would not be able to provide support in such a situation. After all, the distance was too far. But now, there was a possibility of support. After pondering for a while, Lu Yi quickly sent messages everywhere. He ordered people to pass on the message to the Wushuang continent. All the 9 states cultivators were to lie low and hide the passage to the 9 states at the same time. He did not choose to recall them because the 9 states cultivators were scattered all over the Wushuang continent. There was no time to gather everyone. If the enemy broke through Meng Jie's line of defense and rashly recalled the 9 states cultivators, it would only lead the enemy to the transmission channel. That was the work left behind by Yu Exan. Now, no one in the 9 states could repair or even rebuild it. Once it was destroyed, the 9 states would lose contact with the Wushuang continent. Therefore, it was necessary to conceal it. Chapter 1358. Of course, there was another possibility. The enemy fighting with Meng Jie was not some intelligent creature, but a star beast. If that was the case, then there was no need to be too nervous, because star beasts basically would not descend into the critical region. They usually roamed the starry sky unrestrained, but everything had to be guarded against. Lu Yi could only prepare for the worst and the most appropriate response. After the order was passed down, Lu Yi stood up and walked out of seclusion. 2 people hurriedly walked over. They were the 2 9 regions, star mansions, who had returned from the starry sky a few days ago. They had come to check the many jade slips. They had obviously also received the news. They looked at each other, and Lu Yi nodded, indicating that he already knew the situation. At the same time, he said, "Please wait a moment." His divine sense surged and sent out a message. "Little Nine, how many star mansions are in the realm right now?" Little Nine's voice sounded in his ear, "Only Missing Moon Immortal." In this half a year, Lu Yi had been cultivating at the Guardian Hall. Missing Moon Immortal was at the Jade Blood Sect. Because she had enough spirit jades, she was not in a hurry to enter the starry sky again. As for the other star mansions, they came and went in a hurry. Even if they returned to 9 regions, they would not stay for long. For them, the starry sky was the main stage, unless they found enough spirit jades and came back to cultivate in seclusion. Open the teleportation authority of the Pillar of Heavenly Secrets to Missing Moon Immortal. At the same time, Lu Yi sent a message to Missing Moon Immortal, asking her to use the Pillar of Heavenly Secrets to teleport to the Guardian Hall. He asked Little Nine again, "If I fly straight from 9 regions to Wushuang continent, how many star mansions can I meet in time?" Little Nine could sense the location of those star mansions as long as it was within the range of her senses. Therefore, it was the most convenient and fast to ask Little Nine about this. After a moment, Little Nine gave the answer. Lu Yi understood. According to Little Nine's answer, he sent messages one by one, asking them to rush to the designated location and wait silently. However, no one knew what had happened at Wushuang continent. Even if he could not win, Meng Jia, a body cultivator, would not die so easily. He was afraid that he had encountered some intelligent creature. If that was the case, 9 regions had to quickly support him. Lu Ye's arrangements at the moment were all preparations for support. He strived to bring the most people to Wushuang continent in the shortest time. The thought Moon Immortal's figure suddenly appeared from the heavens' fate pillar. "Let's go!" Lu Yi called out and took the lead to rush out of the hall. The 3 figures followed closely behind. Lu Yi unleashed the silverfish planetary boat and transformed it into a 20 feet long ferry. Then he flashed into the boat and assumed command over the core of the formation. Nian Yu Immortal was familiar with the route, and the other 2 star mansions followed closely behind. In the next moment, the silver fish shook slightly and flew away. The 9 continents constellation at present, there were almost 1,000 people, but because they were scattered all over the place, they could not bring many people with them along the way. Now that reinforcements were the priority, and time was of the essence, Lu Yi could not make a detour to pick them up. Furthermore, the size of the silver fish was limited, so the number of people that could ride it was limited. While controlling the silver fish to fly, Lu Yi was also dealing with a constant influx of information. Currently, many constellations knew about the situation at the Peerless Continent and wanted to know more about it. The current guardian, Lu Yi, was the best person to ask. However, Lu Yi had not figured it out himself, so he could not give an accurate and effective answer. There were also many constellations that wanted to immediately set off for the Peerless Continent, but they were all dissuaded by Lu Yi. After all, the journey was long, and without a planetary boat it would take too much time. If they rushed over to provide reinforcements, there would not be enough time. However, although he dissuaded them, he was not sure how effective it would be. In the administrative area of Siuan Fa River City, between the lines of the messages that were sent by many constellations, they really wanted to contribute. Perhaps they agreed verbally, but in reality, they were rushing in the direction of the Peerless Continent. This was not something that Lu Yi could dissuade. They were all constellations and had their own way of doing things. At most, Lu Yi would give suggestions, but he would not order others around. 2 hours later, a sword light suddenly lit up in front of them, followed by a sword chime that seeped into one's mind. That was not an attack, but a signal. Lu Yi controlled the silver fish to fly near the sword light. Jian Guhong was preparing to return to the 9 continents because he heard that there were more things in the Guardian Hall, so he wanted to come back and take a look. Coincidentally, he encountered this incident and was picked up by Lu Yi. They continued to move forward, picking up 1 or 2 people along the way. 1 day later, Jian Guhong suddenly sighed, looked at Lu Yi and said, "We have to prepare for the worst." Lu Yi nodded. Both of them knew that what Meng Jia encountered was most likely not a star beast, because if it was a star beast, there should be new news from the Peerless Continent at this time. However, The peerless continent was in a state of silence, which meant that the crisis was not over yet. Of course, it was also possible that Meng Jie had died in the battle and could not send a message. However, according to the previous news, Meng Jie roared angrily during the battle. This was most likely a warning to the cultivators of the 9 continents on the peerless continent. A few days later, the silver fish picked up the last 2 people. They were Feng Wujiang and Xiao Min. At this point, the silver fish was full. Including Lu Yi, there were a total of 9 people, and they could not take any more cultivators. On the star boat, everyone was cultivating with the help of spiritual jades. Although they could not improve their strength too much in such a short time, it was still better than nothing. After picking up the eldest senior brother and Xiao Min, Lu Yi took out the remaining purple and white jade talismans and distributed them. Under his guidance, everyone also nourished these talismans in their bodies, ready to be used in battle at any time. Lu Ye's mind was tense at all times. He constantly identified the stars around him, making sure that he would not deviate. Flying in the starry sky like this, the slightest deviation was not acceptable. Fortunately, he had been in the Guardian Hall for half a year and knew the star map around the 9 continents like the back of his hand. Even if there was a slight mistake in the flight, he could quickly adjust. His heart was actually very restless and uneasy. Because most of his few friends and family were on the peerless continent, he could not know the situation there, let alone their safety. This was undoubtedly a torment. However, he did not show it on his face, because he knew that he had to be calm in this kind of situation. The silver fish traveled through the starry sky, getting closer and closer to the peerless continent. About a month later, just as they arrived at the starry sky around the peerless continent, Lu Yi suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. At the same time, all the constellations on the star boat opened their eyes. "There's a battle," Feng Wujiang said. "It's Meng Jie's aura." Jian Guhong said. He had been with Meng Jie for dozens of years, so he was very familiar with his aura. Meng Jie was not dead. This was undoubtedly good news. Everyone who had been waiting for a month could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because of this, they could be sure that the enemy Meng Jie encountered was not so powerful that it made them despair. Therefore, it was very likely that the enemy was also a constellation. Otherwise, Meng Jie would not be alive after such a long time. When Jian Guhong finished speaking, Lu Yi had already stopped the star boat. Without needing him to say anything, a group of people flashed out and activated their concealment techniques, restraining their auras and spiritual power. It had to be said that compared to the dwarf race, the cultivators of the 9 states were not at the same level of proficiency in battle at all. This was because the environment they grew up in was different. The dwarf race might have a better domain and better cultivation conditions, but they also lacked many hardships in the process of growing up. The cultivators of the 9 states were different. Every one of them had braved the wind and rain and had experienced countless battles in their lives. Which one of them was not a battle veteran who could advance to a constellation alive? At this moment, their eyes met and they had already formulated a battle plan. The 9 of them dispersed without a sound, like 9 fish diving into the sea. Lu Yi slowly approached the battlefield like a ghost. It was not until a moment later that he finally saw the situation on the battlefield clearly. It was indeed Meng Jie, but at this moment his situation was not optimistic. The clothes on his upper body had long been torn, and the trousers on his lower body were full of traces of blood. The surface of his body was crisscrossed with hideous and terrifying wounds. Some were in the process of healing, and some were newly added. For a constellation realm cultivator, as long as he recovered in time, flesh wounds were not injuries at all. However, Meng Jie still looked scarred at this moment, which showed that his situation was not good. This was also thanks to him being an individual cultivator. Otherwise, the situation would only be worse. Therefore, one was a spell cultivator, and the other was a weapon cultivator. The spell cultivator attacked from afar, and the weapon cultivator stayed close to him. Their cooperation was very good. Meng Jie was basically in a state of being beaten and did not have much strength to fight back. He tried to escape from the battle many times, but he was firmly entangled by the weapon cultivator and could not get away. Lu Yi did not know how long Meng Jie had been like this, but it was obviously not a month. Under such a disadvantage, Meng Jie could not hold on for such a long time. He was only glad that he decisively brought people to support when he received the news. Otherwise, half a day later, Meng Jie would have died here. On the opposite side, a flash of sword light suddenly burst forth. Taking advantage of the spell cultivator's spell to attack Meng Jie, it went straight for his vital point. The spell cultivator turned pale with fright. He and his companions had been chasing Meng Jie for a month. Unfortunately, the enemy's skin was rough and his flesh was thick. He did not take the small injuries seriously at all and repeatedly escaped. However, this guy jumped out from time to provoke them. This time, he finally seized the opportunity and was about to kill Meng Jie. Who would have thought that he would be sneak attacked? In a month, this guy did not have any companions. Where did he come from? Realizing that things were not going well, the spell cultivator immediately took out a spiritual treasure and turned it into a protective shield to protect himself. However, in the next moment, he felt that murderous intents from all directions had locked onto him. For a moment, his mind was in chaos. When Jian Guhong made his move, the people from Juzhou also made their moves together. Lu Yi even turned into a flowing light and rushed directly toward the weapon cultivator, who was fighting with Meng Jie. Chapter 1359. Meng Jie was obviously shocked by this turn of events. From what he knew, even if 9 provinces had rushed over to provide support after receiving the news, it was impossible for them to arrive so quickly. He knew that he was doomed today, so he had been looking for a chance to perish together with the weapon cultivator. Unfortunately, the difference in cultivation realm made him helpless. He thought that he would die here, but he didn't expect a sudden change. The sudden outburst of many auras not only surprised the enemy, but also caught Meng Jie off guard. But immediately after, he was delighted because he felt a few familiar auras. He immediately changed from defense to offense, entangling the weapon cultivator who was about to retreat. He was at a disadvantage. His move was undoubtedly extremely risky because if the opposite weapon cultivator didn't retreat, he would have to face the opponent head-on, and the outcome would certainly not be good. But he had an excellent grasp of the opportunity because he was sure that the weapon cultivator would retreat, which was also the most instinctive response to an unexpected situation. Moreover, even if the weapon cultivator didn't retreat, his attack would slow down and leave most of his strength for defense. In this way, he wouldn't be in danger of losing his life. Meng Jie made the right choice. The weapon cultivator couldn't get rid of him for a while, which made him a little angry. He realized that if he didn't kill Meng Jie, he wouldn't be able to escape from the battle. He urged his spiritual power, and the spear in his hand bloomed with light. Like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, it pierced toward Meng Jie's eye. Meng Jie didn't even bat an eyelid. He didn't even have the intention to dodge such an attack. Instead, he stretched out his hand to grab the opponent's spear. It was as if he was going to use one of his eyes to suppress the enemy. The weapon cultivator secretly cursed the enemy for being crazy. In fact, he and his companions had seen such a crazy scene many times in a month. It was precisely because of Meng Jie's crazy attitude that these 2 middle-stage constellation cultivators were somewhat hesitant to attack. They were entangled for a month and couldn't finish their work. He really couldn't understand which region this cultivator came from to be so unafraid of death. Were there any cultivators in 9 provinces who were afraid of death? There were, but the relative numbers were definitely not many. Spirit Stream Battlefield, Cloud River Battlefield. On the battlefield, the cultivators of the 2 camps fought crazily. After rounds of elimination, whether the survivors were elites or not, they had at least faced death. If nothing unexpected happened, one of Meng Jie's eyes would be destroyed. Perhaps his life would be in danger, but the enemy's spear would also be suppressed by him. For a weapon cultivator, the spiritual treasure he used for close combat was half of his life. Once the long spear was clamped down, he would be like a tiger without its teeth. At this critical juncture, a figure charged out from the side and kicked Meng Jie's shoulder, sending him flying. Feng Wujiang had made a move at the critical moment. Meng Jie sensed the familiar aura and realized that the reinforcements from the 9 regions had arrived, but he was still not clear about the specific situation. However, 9 people from the 9 regions had rushed over. How could Feng Wujiang watch his old subordinate lose an eye? This kick was not polite at all. The main thing was that he could not hold back. Against a strong and sturdy weapon cultivator, he had to use a lot of strength. Meng Jie was directly sent flying by the kick. The weapon cultivator's long spear stabbed into the air. Before he could retrieve his spear, he saw a young man with drooping eyes and a cold expression approaching him with a saber in his hand from where Meng Jie had been standing. Early star constellation realm cultivation. The weapon cultivator took the opportunity to shake the long spear that he had thrust out, turning it into spear shadows that enveloped the newcomer. He did not feel the slightest pressure against an early star constellation realm middle stage cultivator, so he planned to kill him with one strike. However, as the crescent moon-like saber light shone, the weapon cultivator's expression changed drastically. The clash between the long saber and the long spear made him immediately feel the opponent's incomparably violent attack. That aggressive aura actually made his mind tremble and uneasy. He hastily steadied himself and roared. His spiritual power surged wildly as he fought with the opponent. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became, because this weapon cultivator who looked like he was only at the early star constellation realm actually gave him a feeling of invincibility. Every slash of the opponent's saber was powerful and heavy. Moreover, the speed of the saber was extremely fast, and the angle was extremely tricky. For a moment, he was actually a little overwhelmed. If not for the opponent's spiritual power fluctuations being at the early star constellation realm, he would even suspect that the opponent was at the late star constellation realm in disguise. He was no match for the opponent. Not only was he no match for the opponent, his life might be in danger at any time. The weapon cultivator was terrified. He really could not understand why the difference in strength was so great when there was only a small gap in cultivation. It was also at this moment that, accompanied by a short scream, the aura of life was annihilated. The weapon cultivator's expression changed drastically. In his perception, the aura belonging to his companion had disappeared. He immediately understood that his spell cultivator companion had died in battle. For the cultivators of the 9 prefectures who were extremely experienced in battle, there had always been a consensus when fighting with the enemy, and that was to kill the one with the longest hands first. Not only because their hands were long and could launch long-range attacks, but also because their skin was thin and their flesh was brittle, so they were relatively easier to kill. Therefore, when the cultivators of the 9 prefectures fought in groups, the spell cultivators were the ones who were most likely to be attacked frequently. It was the same here. Lu Yi and the other 8 concealed themselves. Other than Lu Yi and Feng Wujiang, who came to support Meng Jie, the remaining 7 people all went to deal with the mid-stage star constellation spell cultivator. Moreover, among these 7 people, there were 2 sword cultivators who were famous for killing. As Jian Guhong's sword light shone, the 7 people poured out all their attacks in one go. The spell cultivator died an unjust death. In the face of a sudden sneak attack, his response was actually very fast. First, he blessed himself with a defensive spiritual treasure, then urged his spiritual power to protect himself. However, this kind of defense could not block Jian Guhong and the other 6 attacks from all directions and angles at all. The defensive spiritual treasure was broken, and the protective spiritual power collapsed. The spell cultivator, who no longer had any protection, died. This was the first time the 9 prefectures' constellation clashed with the constellations of the outside world, so no one dared to hold back. They all went all out. In the end, after a round of attacks, the enemy whose cultivation base was 1 level higher than theirs died. All of them were confused. That was it. If they were in the same situation, if they had mid-stage constellation cultivation base, even if they encountered the same sneak attack, they should not have died so easily. After a slight pause, they hurried over to support Lu Yi. When China's Lai Hua raised his head and looked over, he saw a scene that made their hearts surge with emotion. On the other side of the battlefield, Lu Ye's long saber flashed with light, suppressing the enemy to the point that they almost had no power to fight back. Even Feng Wujiang, who had kicked Meng Jie away, stood to the side and watched. He had no intention of interfering, mainly because he was a little dumbfounded. Being able to kill 1 person with 7 people in an instant was not something to be proud of. However, to be able to single-handedly crush the enemy with a lower cultivation was something that made people gasp in amazement. The battle did not last long. It was not too long. After 10 breaths, as Lu Yi slashed down with a saber, blood splattered, and a head flew out. The eyes were wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. Meng Jie grimaced in pain as he flew back, holding his arm. That kick from Feng Wujiang was really painful. He just happened to see the enemy's head fly out. After fighting with the enemy for a month, he was very clear about the enemy's strength. He had no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight, but at this moment the enemy, who seemed very powerful to him, was actually killed by Lu Yi single-handedly. The speed was so fast that it was like cutting through a Gordian knot. The group of constellations was silent. They suddenly felt that they were old. They also felt gratified that the 9 states had a successor. Back when they were in the divine ocean, these constellations had basically seen how extraordinary Lu Yi was. But now that they had all been promoted to constellation and stood on the same starting line, they thought that even if there was a gap in their strength, it would not be too big. But now it seemed that extraordinary people were extraordinary after all. The divine ocean was like that, and so were the constellations. Lu Yi put away his saber and turned to look at Meng Jie. Only 2? Meng Jie shook his head. 4. There are still 2 inside. Hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. This was not the situation they wanted to see. If there were only 2 people, there was no doubt that this time the crisis would be resolved. But there were 4 of them, and 2 of them were inside the realm. The situation was not good. There were still many 9 states, cultivators in the Wushuang continent. Those 9 states, cultivators were unable to resist at all, and they might not even be able to hide. Tell us in detail, Feng Wujiang said. After listening to Meng Jie's explanation, everyone finally understood the current situation. A month ago, Meng Jie encountered 2 foreign constellations in the nearby starry sky. They were the 2 people who had just died. Sensing the other party's ill intentions, Meng Jie wanted to escape, but the other party relentlessly pursued him. He had no choice but to fight. At the same time, he roared angrily to warn the 9 states' cultivators in the Wushuang continent. It was also at that time that the 9 states' cultivators noticed the situation and sent a message back to the 9 states. 1 against 2, and there was a gap in cultivation. Meng Jie was naturally not a match for them. But he did not dare to escape too far, because once he left, the 9 states' cultivators would have no protection. So he lay in ambush nearby, showing up from time to time to provoke the 2 people. In the end, 2 more constellations appeared in a few days, and one of them was at the late stage. This time, Meng Jie was even more defeated. He did not even fight with the other party and fled all the way. The newly appeared late stage constellation did not pursue him. Instead, he led the other constellation into the Wushuang continent. He probably also felt that his 2 mid-stage constellation companions were enough to deal with an early-stage constellation. This entanglement lasted for a month. There was not much Meng Jie could do, but he kept fighting back and forth with the enemy, until today, during this period, he kept getting injured. Today, he was also a little careless and did not get rid of the other party's entanglement in time, causing him to be in danger. If Lu Yi and the others had not come late, they would probably only be able to collect his corpse. So, you don't know what's going on in the Wushuang continent now? Feng Wujiang asked. Meng Jie shook his head. Ever since those two people entered the Wushuang continent that day, they have not appeared again. He had been entangled with two enemies and could not enter the Wushuang continent to investigate. He really did not know the current situation of the Wushuang continent. Chapter 1360. The origin of the enemy was unknown, their goal was unknown, and the situation of the Wushuang continent was unknown. The situation was quite bad. Lu Yi frowned inwardly. If he had known earlier, he would not have killed that soldier cultivator so quickly. He would have captured him alive and obtained some information. However, he did not have the ability to predict the future. Before he killed the enemy, how could he have known that the situation would be like this? This place is not close to the Wushuang continent. The commotion from our previous battle should not have spread there. Feng Wujiang said, therefore, even if there are still two constellations inside, it's very likely that they have not noticed our arrival. They might not even have noticed the death of their companion. The two constellations that were killed earlier did not have the chance or sign of sending a message. Sneak in, find them, and kill them one by one. Someone said. Everyone nodded. Under the current circumstances, only this method was the safest. Even though they had 10 people on their side, it was impossible for them to attack openly, as that would only alert the enemy, especially when the enemy had a cultivator at the advanced stage of star constellation. He had fought with the late-stage constellation of the Miniman clan before, and knew the strength of this level of cultivator. It was not something that the current 9 prefectures' constellations could contend against. Even if they had the absolute advantage in numbers, if they really fought, they might not be able to gain much of an advantage. The Miniman clan was affected by the environment they grew up in and their reliance on talismans. Their overall strength was actually weaker. This was something that Lu Yi had discovered before. It was the same principle as the cultivators of the small sects in the 9 prefectures. However, cultivators who relied too much on external forces would more or less affect the progress of their own strength. After this time's Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, the Miniman clan members also discovered this problem. Or rather, they had discovered it long ago, but they did not have the courage to change it. This time, Lu Yi, a human, taught them a good lesson, and finally made them determined to change the situation. Lu Yi could defeat a late-stage constellation of the Miniman clan in a head-on confrontation, but he might not be able to defeat a late-stage constellation of another race, especially when the other party was also a human. After the discussion was settled, everyone immediately took action. A moment later, outside the Wushuang continent, 10 figures quietly sneaked into the realm. When one's cultivation reached the level of constellation, no matter what sect they belonged to, they would more or less master some concealment methods. Among the 10 people, the concealment of Thought Moon Immortal and the other Ghost Cultivator was undoubtedly the most perfect. In this domain, Ghost Cultivators had an unparalleled advantage. Next was Lu Yi. The concealment and breath-holding spiritual tattoos were very effective when used below the Divine Sea realm, but they were not good enough for the surveillance of Constellation Realm cultivators. These 2 spiritual tattoos were also part of Lu Ye's plan to rededuce and improve them. However, due to his limited energy, it was not their turn yet. As for the rest of the people, they could be considered to have concealed themselves, but it was hard to say how effective they would be. The team of 10 people was divided into 5 groups of 2 and spread out in all directions. Lu Yi and the Thought Moon Immortal were together. There was only one thing they needed to do now, and that was to find the traces of the 2 foreign constellations. Then, they would act according to the circumstances. It was not a simple task to search for traces of 2 people in such a large domain, especially when they were in a concealed state. No one could make too much noise. However, Lu Ye's luck was surprisingly good, or rather, the other party had no intention of hiding at all. A mass of ghastly black fog was rolling on top of a mountain peak. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from within, sounding extremely horrifying. There were also many miserable shrieks, as if someone was being tortured. When they heard these sounds and saw the scale of the black fog, both Lu Yi and the thought moon immortal's heart sank. They had some vague guesses. When they got closer, they were even more certain of their guesses. This was because a large banner could be vaguely seen fluttering in the wind amidst the rolling black fog. A graceful figure sat upright under the banner. The black fog rolled, and the figure was faintly discernible. She was like a true ghost, the myriad soul banner. The thought moon immortal secretly transmitted her voice to Lu Yi. Lu Ye's expression was grave, and she nodded slightly. After studying a sea of jade slips in the minor human tribe's Rest Abyss Pavilion, the two of them had some basic understanding of many things in the cosmos. The various information about the myriad soul banner was recorded in a jade slip in the Rest Abyss Pavilion. The reason why there were records was mainly because this item was too famous. Moreover, the requirements to refine it were not high, and its might was not weak. It was very popular among cultivators with evil natures. The myriad soul banner was a treasure. Moreover, it was a treasure that could continuously improve its quality. During the refining process, one needed to extract the soul avatar of a living being and seal it in the banner. The stronger the soul avatar sealed, the more powerful the myriad soul avatar would be. When facing an enemy, a banner could be summoned, and it could transform into a ghost domain to fight against the enemy. The banner user could move freely within, and their figure was invisible. Those who were trapped would suffer the pain of the soul avatar's torture, and would have no way to escape. The jade slip in the Rest Abyss Pavilion recorded that there was a precedent of a mighty expert summoning a banner to wipe out all the living beings in a large domain. Because the refinement of this banner was extremely cruel and inhumane, on the surface, this thing could be considered a taboo item. However, human nature was complicated. The more taboo it was, the more people would pursue it. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many people had refined this kind of evil treasure. It was also unknown how many living beings had suffered because of this treasure. Their soul avatar was trapped in the banner, suffering torture and living a life worse than death. Lu Yi did not expect to see something like the myriad soul banner here. Moreover, looking at the scene in front of him, that person was obviously improving the quality of his myriad soul banner. He finally understood the purpose of the two enemy constellations entering the Wushuang continent. To the owner of the myriad soul banner, the cultivators of the 9 provinces in the Wushuang continent were great materials to improve the quality of this evil banner. Who knew how many cultivators of the 9 provinces had already been killed? The moment he received the news, he ordered the cultivators of the 9 provinces to hide. However, the concealment of cultivators of the divine ocean realm at most, how much effect could it have on the constellations? Unless they hid well enough, the constellations could still easily find them when they scanned with their divine sense. He suppressed the nervousness in his heart and immersed his mind to check his battlefield imprint. Third senior brother, Shao Xinghe's battlefield imprint was still there, which meant that he was still alive. Fourth senior brothers was also there. Lin Yinxiu, Feng Yuechan, and Yi were all there. Huaxiai was also there. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, he could feel that there were indeed some people missing from his battlefield imprint. This also meant that these missing people were already dead. However, he did not know if they died in the 9 provinces or here, and there was no way to find out. Silently observing, Lu Yi and Yan Yuxian did not make a move. Although they found traces of one of the enemy constellations, the whereabouts of the other person, they still needed to wait for eldest senior brother and the others to investigate carefully. However, they only waited for a moment before the sound of an intense battle suddenly came from a certain direction. It was obviously the aftermath of a battle between cultivators of the constellation level. They were exposed. The people of the 9 provinces were all at the early stage of the constellation level, and they were not very proficient in concealment. If there was a difference in cultivation level, it was normal for them to be exposed. Lu Yi immediately concluded that the person on his side was at the early stage of the constellation level. He could not judge the other party's cultivation level previously. The black fog of the myriad soul banner was rolling, and the fluctuations of spiritual power were extremely heterogeneous. The interference was too serious. However, the others had already been exposed, which meant that the other constellation's perception was very strong and should be at the late stage of the constellation level. Then the one on his side was definitely at the early stage. Almost at the same time as the sound of the battle in the distance came, the graceful figure in the myriad soul banner noticed it. However, before she could figure out the situation, in her perception, 2 sharp auras suddenly appeared nearby and locked onto her. She quickly looked over, and through the black fog, she saw Lu Yi and Nian Yuxian's figures suddenly burst out. Nian Yuxian's body merged with the sword light, and the speed that burst out in an instant was a bit faster than Lu Ye's. She plunged into the black fog of the myriad soul banner, and the long sword in her hand bloomed with thousands of brilliance, like a waterfall pouring down on the other party. The woman cried out in alarm and quickly urged the power of the myriad soul banner. In an instant, the sound of wailing ghosts and howling wolves became louder and louder. Lu Yi followed closely behind Nian Yuxian into the banner's domain, and immediately felt the strange power of the banner. The divine soul was obviously impacted. The impact was not great, but it was extremely frequent. Coupled with the sound of wailing ghosts and howling wolves, it was easy for people with weak minds to lose their minds. However, the 2 people who had broken into the banner's domain at this moment, one was a sword cultivator known for his slaughter, and the other was a weapon cultivator who had experienced many battles. So this method had little effect on the 2 of them. In the banner's domain, countless sealed soul avatars pounced at the 2 of them like ants. Once bitten, they were bound to suffer a great deal of soul damage, pain in their souls. Lu Ye's saber flew out, and with a series of shrill screams, the soul avatars that pounced at him collapsed and turned into nothingness. The soul-severing saber was a treasure that specifically targeted the soul. So how could these soul avatars sealed in the banner block his attack? Riding the wind and breaking the waves, he was invincible, and under the horrified gaze of the banner master, he arrived in front of him. The anger in his heart made him want to chop this woman to pieces, but in the end he did not do so. He just stabbed his saber straight through the other party's heart. Taking a closer look, he found that this woman was extremely beautiful, and her demeanor was full of a sense of weakness. Anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. But the things she did, her heart was like a scorpion's. Lu Yi arrived first, subduing the woman with a single strike of his saber. Nian Yuxian also arrived, her sword resting on the other party's slender white neck. The sharp edge of the sword cut through the other party's skin, causing blood to flow. This dark red color in the dark, ghost domain was particularly dazzling. The 2 of them stood on the left and right, each of them releasing a biting, cold, killing intent. The woman in the middle trembled, her expression terrified. She had never imagined that she would suffer such an unexpected calamity while trying to improve the quality of the 10,000 soul banner. I'll only say it once. Do as I say. Lu Yi looked at the woman, his expression calm. Nod if you understand. The woman nodded obediently. She could feel that the man in front of her was boiling with anger under his calm appearance. The more such a person was, the more terrifying they were. Chapter 1361. Keep the 10,000 soul banner. Lu Yi ordered. The woman did not dare to disobey. She channeled her spiritual energy into the banner in front of her. The whole process was extremely cooperative, and she did not even dare to make any mistakes. There was no other way. In such a situation, if she dared to make any strange movements, She would die in an instant. When the banner disappeared and all the souls were taken back into the banner, Lu Yi quietly extended his hand to her. The woman obediently handed the 10,000-soul banner to Lu Yi. Lu Yi put away the banner and gave Thought Moon Immortal a look. Nian Yu Immortal immediately took out an immortal binding rope and tied the woman up tightly. Only then did Lu Yi pull out the Pan Shan saber from her body. When the blood burst out, the woman softly groaned. Her voice was very seductive, and her 2 clear eyes were filled with tears. It was obvious that he had hurt her. Along with her groan, there was a crisp slap. The pitiful woman's head tilted, and a palm print appeared on her snow-white cheek. Thought Moon Immortal shook her hand and said indifferently, "Behave!" The woman lowered her head, and her tear-filled eyes were filled with resentment. The battle in the distance was still going on. Just as Lu Yi thought, their constellation was exposed because they were facing a late-stage constellation. However, as the battle broke out, the constellation from 9 regions quickly came to support, and the battlefield also began to move on a large scale. When Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal caught the woman and rushed to the scene, the battle had already subsided. The 9 constellation from both sides were confronting each other. The reason why they were confronting each other was that the late-stage constellation had shamelessly captured many hostages. He was originally looking for traces of 9 regions' cultivators in the Wuxuan continent, and then captured them and sent them to the woman for her to upgrade the 10,000 soul banner. This time, he captured more than 10 people, including Deity Ocean and True Lake cultivators. Along the way, he sensed the aura of 9 regions' constellation and immediately launched an attack. In the early stage of the 2 constellation, he did not put them in his eyes. However, as the battle began, he sensed the aura of constellation coming from all directions. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Although he was strong, the number of enemies was too much. He immediately returned to the cultivators of the 9 states who had been captured by him before. He was ready to identify the situation and make a plan. These cultivators of the 9 states who had been captured had been sealed by him. Even if they were at the Divine Ocean realm, they could not escape. From his point of view, the attacking constellations must be from the same realm as the cultivators he captured. With the hostages in his hands, the enemy would be wary of attacking, and he would have the upper hand. Just as he had expected, after his actions, the 8 constellations of the 9 prefectures indeed stopped and formed groups of 2, surrounding him. He began to send a message to his companions, but to his shock, none of his companions replied. Just as he was wondering if something had happened to his companion, Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal carried that woman and rushed over. This late-stage constellation realm expert's face sank slightly when he saw the woman's miserable state, and he realized that his other 2 companions were probably dead. This was because the body cultivator that his 2 companions had been chasing was here. His gaze swept across the people of the 9 states, and this late-stage constellation realm expert said indifferently, "Who's in charge?" It was rare to see a lineup of 10 early-stage constellations. Generally speaking, it was impossible for a realm to only have early-stage constellations. There would always be some mid-stage or late-stage constellations. Unless it was a large realm that had just been promoted not long ago, such a special situation would occur. Or rather, there were stronger experts hiding. However, in such a situation, he did not feel that the enemy needed to hide. Therefore, he boldly guessed that the realm these people were in was most likely a newly promoted large realm that had just been connected to the starry sky. This was why there would be a lineup of early-stage constellations. With this thought, this person's mind calmed down. For a newly promoted large realm, the cultivators born in it would not have much experience, and their strength would be limited. Therefore, although it looked like he was at a disadvantage, he was confident that he could resolve it. At the very least, he still had the ability to escape from here alone. It was just a group of early-stage constellations. He really did not care about them. First, he had to figure out who was in charge of these people. Amidst the silence, Lu Yi said indifferently. How should I address you? The late-stage constellation realm experts' gaze originally lingered on Jian Guhong and Meng Jia. Based on his experience, he could see that these two were the oldest among the people present. Under the premise of having the same level of cultivation, it was normal for the older person to be in charge. However, the one who did not want to speak was actually the youngest one. He looked Lu Yi up and down and did not see anything special. He said arrogantly, Zhao Tianmu. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Li Taibai. After suffering at the hands of the dwarf tribe, Lu Yi was not even willing to reveal his real name when facing cultivators from other realms. Who knew if these guys would associate him with Lu Yi from the Nine Heavens realm? The expressions of the people of the 9 states did not change. Fellow Taoist Li, Lu Yi raised his hand to stop him. Our paths are different. You are not worthy of being called fellow Taoist. Zhao Tianmu frowned slightly, but did not pursue the matter. He said indifferently, Since that is the case, I will not force you. Looking at the current situation, what do you plan to do? Lu Yi glanced at the dozen or so cultivators beside him, then turned his head to look at the weak woman beside him. He said, You have hostages in your hands, and so do I. You release the hostages, and I will release the hostages. It is very fair. Zhao Tianmu said, Very good. I think so too. However, you only have one person, and I have more than 10 people. There is a huge difference in numbers. I have a constellation realm expert, and you have a deity ocean realm expert. There is also a difference in cultivation. Therefore, if we release the hostages, no one will lose out. Zhao Tianmu shook his head. Everyone is eyeing me covetously. Can I understand that once I release the hostages, you will all swarm me? You are a late-stage cultivator, and we are all early-stage cultivators. Even if we all swarm you, what can we do to you? Zhao Tianmu chuckled. That's reasonable. If I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me. But that's not how it's done. Then what do you think? You can say it and we can discuss it. Zhao Tianmu's expression turned serious. It was obvious that he had a plan. He said, I will release half of the hostages in exchange for my junior sister. When the 2 of us leave this world, I will release the other half. Lu Yi shook his head slowly. No. If so, who can guarantee that you will not kill the other half before you leave? Zhao Tianmu said, I am a late-stage constellation realm expert. What fun is there in killing these deity ocean realm experts? Besides, you don't seem to have a choice. As he said that, he raised his hand and grabbed a deity ocean realm expert. In front of him, Zhao Tianmu grabbed him by the neck and said with a smile, I have so many people in my hands. Killing a few doesn't seem to be a big deal. Either you agree to my proposal, or I will kill a few of you until you agree. Lu Yi looked at him quietly and did not say a word. Zhao Tianmu's grip grew stronger and stronger, and the deity ocean realm expert's expression began to change. Zhao Tianmu saw that Lu Yi was hesitating and seemed a little proud. He urged, If you want to make a decision, you have to be quick. I can't guarantee that I won't make a mistake. Killing a deity ocean realm expert is as easy as killing an ant. Lu Yi turned his gaze to the deity ocean realm expert. Which sect are you from? The deity ocean realm expert said with difficulty, Dingzhou Chaotian sect. The deity ocean realm expert looked like he was in pain, but he grinned. Let them die with me. Lu Yi nodded and did not move. He held the hilt of his saber and slashed it out. The saber flashed and returned to its scabbard. The smile on Zhao Tianmu's face froze instantly. He looked at Lu Yi in disbelief, then slowly shifted his gaze to the weak woman beside Lu Yi. The woman clearly didn't realize what had happened until she felt a sharp pain in her arm. Only then did she realize what had happened and look down. Blood seeped out of the clothes on her upper arm and soon dyed her clothes red. The pain suddenly became intense. Then Her arm fell to the ground with her torn clothes. Blood spurted out. Ah! After being stunned for a moment, the woman let out a shrill scream. Her voice was filled with pain and fear. "Shut up!" Nian Yuxian, who was standing on the other side of her, calmly scolded. The woman's scream came to an abrupt stop. Tears covered her face. Her entire body was shaking violently. It was unknown whether it was from pain or fear. Lu Ye's calm voice sounded. "There's so many arms and legs. It doesn't matter if I break a few. If you want to make a decision, you should hurry up. I can't guarantee that I won't fail. Maybe I'll cut off her head with the next strike." Zhao Tianmu's face twitched violently. He looked at Lu Yi as if he was looking at a madman. He was just putting on a show. Before he could ensure his junior sister's safety, he could not really kill anyone. He did not want to anger the constellations of the unknown realms and make things unmanageable. The life of a constellation was not something that a group of true lake and deity ocean realm experts could compare to. However, while he had concerns, the other party did not have any. With one strike, an arm was cut off. It was extremely clean and efficient. Before he struck, he even asked if the other party had any last words. Obviously, he was prepared to kill in anger. However, the deity ocean realm expert actually answered seriously. He did not have any intention of begging for mercy or asking for help. He looked at the other constellations. After the young man spoke, no one said a word. Throughout the entire process, they only watched coldly from the sidelines and did not interfere. Even until now, their expressions did not change at all. Only their chi activity was firmly locked onto him. The many deity ocean and true lake cultivators that he had captured were the same. Even when he said that he wanted to kill a few people, he did not feel much fear in their hearts. How was this a madman? This was a group of madmen. A group of madmen who did not care about life and death. Zhao Tianmu's mind shook. He really did not understand which realm they had provoked this time to give birth to so many strong-willed cultivators. If such a realm became powerful, it would be extremely terrifying. Chapter 1362. You can take your time to think about it, but my patience is limited by Zhao Tianmu's thoughts. Lu Ye's calm voice rang out again. Zhao Tianmu looked up and saw that Lu Ye's right hand had rested on the hilt of his saber, his thumb gently stroking it. He looked like he would draw his saber at any moment. Beside Lu Yi, the woman's body trembled uncontrollably. Blood dripped from her severed arm, staining the ground red. Zhao Tianmu immediately understood that he had been too naive. He had deduced that these star constellations came from a newly ascended large realm, so they couldn't possibly have much experience. With so many hostages in hand, he could easily deal with them, but he didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless and decisive. If it was a Yu Yao who had tempered her body to the extreme, she could pay a price to regrow her severed arm. However, for an early-stage star constellation realm cultivator, this kind of injury couldn't be healed. Even if she ascended to Yu Yao in the future, she still wouldn't be able to make up for it. This was because the severed arm was lost before she ascended to Yu Yao. Now that his junior sister had already lost an arm, her future cultivation would be greatly affected. If she lost another arm, her future would be bleak. Seeing how ruthless this young man called Li Taibai was, Zhao Tianmu knew that he would definitely do something like this. On the other hand, even if he killed these true lake and spirit sea cultivators, what good would it do? I agree to your proposal. Zhao Tianmu wasn't a long-winded person. Since he understood the crux of the matter, he immediately agreed. Then he changed the topic. However, I have a request. Lu Yi nodded. We can talk. I want to take this away. Zhao Tianmu pointed at the star constellation realm cultivator who had fallen to the ground. Although she didn't have the ability to regrow her severed arm, she could still find a way to reattach it. Lu Yi looked down, then turned to Nian Yuxian and winked. Nian Yuxian raised her foot, and the severed arm flew toward Zhao Tianmu. Zhao Tianmu caught it Let her go, Lu Yi said. Zhao Tianmu's face darkened. He released the Chao Tian sect divine ocean cultivator and slowly retreated. Soon, he retreated to the back of the crowd. Only then did the many true lake and god ocean realms that were captured by him walk towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised his hand and pushed the one-armed woman who was bound by the immortal binding rope. The exchange of hostages went very smoothly because both Lu Yi and Zhao Tianmu knew that neither of them would easily make a move during this process. The 9 prefectures had their concerns. More than 10 true lakes and spirit seas had been sealed, and their spiritual energy had been sealed. If they were to attack, not to mention whether they could do anything to Zhao Tianmu, just the aftermath of the battle would be enough to consign these true lakes and spirit seas to eternal damnation. Zhao Tianmu also wouldn't make a move. He was more eager than the people of the 9 regions to successfully exchange hostages. Both sides had a tacit understanding, so naturally everything went smoothly. A short while later, the one-armed woman arrived in front of Zhao Tianmu. Zhao Tianmu grabbed her undamaged arm, madly channeled his spiritual energy, and soared into the sky. At the same time, he raised his hand and threw down a round bead that he had prepared beforehand. Intense spiritual energy surged out. Almost at the same time that the bead appeared, the mansions of the 9 prefectures began to move. The tacit understanding between both sides wasn't only reflected in the safe exchange of hostages. Everyone knew that after the exchange of hostages, no one would be easily reconciled. The mansions of the 9 prefectures were already prepared for battle, and so was Zhao Tianmu. If he was alone, there was nothing to be afraid of. Just as he said before, a group of early-stage mansions was nothing in his eyes. However, he now had a companion who was bound by the immortal binding rope. Before helping his companion untie the rope, how could he dare to confront the mansions of the 9 prefectures? He had only used the round spiritual treasure to restrain them. It wouldn't take long for him to leave this place safely with his companions. Once he freed his companions from their restraints, wouldn't he be able to move freely in this vast territory? First, he would kill all the mansions, then slaughter all the living beings in this world to vent his anger. The round bead spirit treasure was a type of rare treasure that could only be used once. Sealed within it were long needles that were as thin as cow hair. Once activated, each of them had the power of an early-stage mansion's full-force attack, and their power was extraordinary. The moment the round bead spirit treasure exploded, hundreds of rays of light shot out in all directions. The people of the 9 prefectures had no choice but to use their methods to resist. Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal madly urged their spiritual energy, not daring to miss any attack. Behind them were the rescued True Lake and Spirit Ocean Immortal, and they couldn't resist such an attack. The chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations calmed down, and the round bead spirit treasure's power was exhausted. The people of the 9 prefectures were unharmed, and their figures had already soared into the sky, chasing after Zhao Tianmu. Lu Yi took the lead and rushed to the front, his cold gaze reflecting the enemy's figure. He absolutely couldn't let Zhao Tianmu escape, or else there would be no end of trouble. However, due to the difference in their cultivations, there was a difference in their flying speed. The flying speed of late-stage mansions was much faster than early-stage mansions. Since Zhao Tianmu flew out with the one-armed woman, it had only been 3 breaths of time, and they had already rushed into the starry sky. Once they entered the starry sky, it would be even more difficult to chase after them, because Zhao Tianmu's speed in the starry sky was definitely not something that early-stage mansions could compare with. Even Lu Yi might not be able to match him. Perhaps feeling that they were out of danger, the one-armed woman whose arm was grabbed by Zhao Tianmu turned her head and saw Lu Ye's figure chasing after them. Her seemingly delicate face revealed an incomparably resentful expression, and her spiritual energy was urged, and a sharp voice came out. "You dare cut off my arm, I will kill your whole family." Lu Yi turned a deaf ear to her. At this moment, his speed had already exceeded his own speed in the starry sky. In such a state, if there were any obstacles in front of him, he would not be able to avoid them. However, since he wanted to chase after a strong enemy, he couldn't care too much about it. But since he wanted to chase after a strong enemy, he couldn't care too much about it. Moreover, Zhao Tianmu was clearing the way ahead, so if there were any obstacles, Zhao Tianmu would be the first to hit them, so the possibility of hitting an obstacle was not high. Just as he was thinking this, a beam of light suddenly came from the front. It was Zhao Tianmu raising his hand to cast a spell. Lu Yi cursed inwardly. He only thought that with someone clearing the way ahead, he wouldn't hit any obstacles. But he forgot that his opponent could attack. There was a difference in their cultivations, and his opponent's attacks were like dragons. Under such speed, Lu Yi had no time to change direction and could only hurriedly slash forward. Lu Ye's figure paused, and his speed greatly decreased. Even his saber-wielding right arm felt slightly numb. With this delay, the distance between them and Zhao Tianmu grew even further. In the next instant, Feng Wujiang and the others passed by him, but their speed was not as fast as Lu Ye's. In the next instant, Feng Wujiang and the others passed by him, but their speed was not as fast as Lu Ye's. How could they catch up to Zhao Tianmu, who was at the late stage of the constellation realm? If this situation continued, Zhao Tianmu would definitely take the one-armed woman and escape far away. He would help her undo the immortal binding ropes bindings, then come back to find trouble. He couldn't wait any longer. Originally, he had left a backup plan on the one-armed woman to launch a more unexpected attack. But if he didn't use it now, he could only watch as the enemy escaped. The most important thing now was to prevent the enemy from escaping. Holding the mountain pan saber tightly, his gaze locked onto Zhao Tianmu's fleeing figure in the distance. Spiritual energy surged around him, and a profound spirit pattern quickly formed under his feet. When he reappeared, he was already behind the one-armed woman. The one-armed woman was still shouting and cursing, the hatred and viciousness in her eyes almost flowing out. Suddenly, she saw Lu Ye's figure and her eyes widened. She almost thought she was seeing things. It wasn't until the sudden surge of spiritual energy and the incomparably sharp saber light swept over that she understood. This young man who had severed her arm, whom she bore a grudge against, and who had said he would kill her entire family, had actually chased after her. But how did he do it? Only then did he understand that his figure was blocked and he had been left far behind. Not only did she not understand, but Zhao Tianmu also didn't understand. As a late-stage constellation realm cultivator, being chased by a group of early-stage cultivators was undoubtedly a very annoying thing. But first, he had to ensure the safety of his junior sister, so he could only escape first. Just as Lu Yi thought, he planned to shake off the pursuers behind him, undo his junior sister's immortal binding rope, and then turn back to find Ma Shi of the 9 regions constellation realm. Gong Quanggong's sudden attack made his expression change, and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to protect himself. As Lu Ye's saber chopped down, Zhao Tianmu's expression changed again, because he was shocked to find that the opponent's attack was incomparably sharp. The spiritual energy he hurriedly urged to protect himself was actually almost broken by the other's saber. At the same time, he secretly broke out in a cold sweat, and at the same time, 2 top-grade spirit treasures simultaneously summoned a large bell to protect himself. An arrow pierced through, heading straight for Lu Ye's face. At the same time, he urged his spiritual energy and raised his hand to blast a spell at Lu Yi. Lu Yi could tell at a glance that this Zhao Tianmu was walking the path of a spell cultivator. To him, this was undoubtedly good news. As a weapon cultivator, in such close combat against a spell cultivator, he would undoubtedly have some advantages. But the power of the opponent's spirit treasure couldn't be underestimated. The large bell's defense was extremely tough, and even the mountain pan saber with the divine edge would find it difficult to break through. The arrow spirit treasure was even more agile, shuttling back and forth. Mixed with Zhao Tianmu's spell from time to time, Lu Yi actually couldn't do anything to him for a while. The opponent's battle experience was undoubtedly very rich, and he was able to remain calm in the face of danger. This was the second time Lu Yi fought alone with a late-stage Constellation Realm cultivator, but this battle couldn't be compared to the battle in the Black Abyss. In the Black Abyss, his final confrontation with Duan Xiuqin didn't have any fancy moves. It was just a head-on clash, so he was able to quickly deal with the opponent. Bing or QQ browser searched for the 3 excellencies plus book titles every day. But a real battle wouldn't be like that. But like the one before him, it tested the cultivator's foundation and adaptability. Lu Yi attacked for a long time without success, and was even almost hit by Zhao Tianmu's attacks several times. And the more Zhao Tianmu fought, the more apprehensive he became. Ever since he came into contact with the 9 prefectures' Constellation Realm cultivators, he looked down on this group of people, thinking that with his strength he could easily crush them one-on-one. But after fighting with Lu Yi, he discovered that although this Li Taibai's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Constellation Realm, he definitely had the strength of a late-stage Constellation Realm cultivator. In a one-on-one battle, he had no confidence in winning. Chapter 1363. He finally understood why the youngest-looking Li Taibai could become the leader of a group of star mansions. He really did have such strength. In particular, the other party's ability to suddenly appear and disappear like a ghost. Even now, Zhao Tianmu did not know how he did it. He also had some doubts in his heart. People with such ability were usually nurtured by top-level domains. This was not in line with his previous inference. Putting away his distracting thoughts, Zhao Tianmu clearly sensed that while Li Taibai was entangled with him, the group of early-stage star mansions were rapidly approaching and would soon arrive at the battlefield. He repeatedly tried to break free from Lu Ye's entanglement and escape with the one-armed woman. But how could Lu Yi give him the chance? Lu Yi used the backup plan he had left behind to delay the other party with great difficulty. He planned to stall for time and wait for the others to arrive before swarming the other. Only in this way could he completely keep Zhao Tianmu here, even if he had to pay a price. As long as he had 10 more breaths of time, his plan would succeed. But at this time, Zhao Tianmu suddenly spoke. "Junior sister's son, I will definitely come back to save you." The one-armed woman, surnamed Sun's expression, changed from astonishment to panic. She clearly realized what her senior brother was planning and hurriedly shouted, "No!" As soon as her voice fell, she was pushed by Zhao Tianmu. Ancient as she watched in horror, Lu Yi slashed down with his blade. She had been bound by the immortal binding rope and had not had a chance to break free. Did she have the strength to resist? She had thought that she could escape with her senior brother's lead. But who would have thought that her senior brother would use her as a shield in order to survive? The blade light was sharp and junior sister Sun closed her eyes. A murderous aura lingered above her head. Then, someone grabbed her hair and flung her away with all their might. Lu Yi did not expect Zhao Tianmu to be so despicable and shameless. Knowing that he could not escape, he threw the junior sister he had saved with great difficulty. His blade could have killed the one-armed woman, but the moment it was about to succeed, he changed his mind and spared her life. Looking up, Zhao Tianmu, who was no longer burdened, used some unknown method to turn into a stream of light and rush into the distance at a faster speed than before. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed hundreds to thousands of miles. Lu Yi didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly activated the blood escape technique. A drop of blood essence burst out of his body, and his body turned into a bloody light as he chased after Yang Kai. The backup plan he had left behind was hidden on the one-armed woman. Now that the one-armed woman had been abandoned, he could no longer use that backup plan. There was no way he could catch up to Zhao Tianmu with his own speed. Only the blood race's blood escape technique had a glimmer of hope. Zhao Tianmu, who was fleeing from afar, clearly sensed this and cursed Li Taibai for going too far. If it wasn't for the feeling of the previous confrontation, he would definitely stop and teach Li Taibai a lesson. But since he knew that Li Taibai was a strong practitioner comparable to the later stage of the constellation realm, how would he dare to continue staying? Seeing that he couldn't get rid of Lu Yi, he made a bold decision. He took out a star boat, jumped on it, and infused it with his spiritual power. Lu Ye's heart was burning with anxiety as he watched Nie Tian from afar. He exerted even more strength to operate the blood escape art, hoping to stop Nie Tian's star boat before it accelerated. However, since Zhao Tianmu had made this decision, he naturally had his own calculations. He was certain that with Lu Ye's current speed, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Under Nie Tian's control, the star boat sped up and gradually disappeared. In the starry sky, Lu Yi came to a stop. The bloody light around him dissipated, and his expression was grim. In the end, Zhao Tianmu still managed to escape. Although he could continue the pursuit with the star boat, there wasn't much point in doing so. If he allowed Nie Tian to escape with the star boat, there was basically no hope of pursuing him. After staying in place for a long time, Feng Wujiang and the others finally arrived. The moment they saw Lu Ye's figure, they knew that the enemy had escaped. Their hearts were heavy. The one-armed woman, surnamed Sun, was currently being held by Nian Yuxian. Her face was pale, and she was trembling. She quickly lowered her head when she sensed Lu Ye's gaze on her. Just a moment ago, she was viciously shouting that she would kill Lu Ye's entire family. But in the blink of an eye, she had fallen into the enemy's hands again. Lu Ye's ruthlessness terrified her. She didn't know what kind of fate was waiting for her. "We need to prepare to meet the enemy," Feng Wujiang said. Zhao Tianmu had escaped. If he wanted to save his junior sister, he wouldn't dare to return alone. So the next time Zhao Tianmu came, he would definitely bring a large number of people with him. Besides, he had suffered such a great loss this time. He would definitely find a way to get back at them. Right now, the enemy's realm and strength were unknown. What the 9 states could do was very limited. The worst-case scenario was undoubtedly that Zhao Tianmu would lead a group of experts over, and the 9 states would be powerless to resist. "Can we give up on the Wushuang continent?" someone suggested. Zhao Tianmu knew the location of the Wushuang continent. If he led experts over, the 9 states might not be able to resist. Giving up on the Wushuang continent would allow them to avoid a direct confrontation with the unknown enemy. It's a plan, but it's not safe. Jian Guhong shook his head. The Wushuang continent is only a year away from the 9 states. With the help of the star boat, it'll only take a month. The enemy's realm shouldn't be weak. If we give up on the Wushuang continent, they will definitely search for it in the surrounding areas. If they find the 9 states, the situation would only worsen. If they really had to fight the unknown realm, the Wushuang continent would be the best battlefield. Giving up on it would only invite trouble. "Yi, what do you say?" Jian Guhong looked up at Lu Yi. In terms of knowledge and experience of the starry sky, no one could compare with Lu Yi. So even if they were older than him, they spontaneously regarded him as their leader. Previously, when Zhao Tianmu asked who was in charge, everyone's silence was the best way to express their attitude. Lu Yi looked at everyone and said decisively, "Summon people. It's fine if they don't come, but if they do, kill them all." Right now, there were only 10 early-stage constellations here. After all, the number was still too small, so more people were needed. There were now many constellations in the 9 states. Pulling some of them over could also strengthen the defense force here. Taking a step back, even if the enemy didn't come, the Wushuang continent was an important training ground for the cultivators of the 9 states. They also needed more constellations to guard it. This time, Meng Jie encountered a foreign constellation alone and was almost killed. If there were enough people back then, if there were more constellations here, the enemy would never be able to enter the Wushuang continent. In the starry sky, they could intercept the enemy. Senior Sister Nian, I'll have to trouble you. Lu Yi looked at Nian Yuxian and took out the silver fish and handed it to her. Nian Yuxian nodded and incessantly stimulated the silver fish, heading in the direction of the 9 regions. We still need more information. After watching Nian Yuxian leave, Lu Yi turned to stare at the woman with a broken arm. The woman shrank her neck and tried to make herself inconspicuous. However, Lu Yi had already grabbed her and took the imperial equipment that she had left behind her. Let's go back first. 2 hours later in the 9-5 Hall. This hall was built by the cultivators of the 9 regions. Deep underground was the passage connecting the 9 regions. The reason why it was called the 9-5 Hall was mainly because of the homonym of the 9 regions and the Wushuang continent. There was another, larger 9-5 Hall on the Li Plains of the 9 regions, 4 state. This place could also be regarded as a transit point between the 2 regions. Usually the cultivators of the 9 regions came and went, and it was the most lively place. However, at this moment, there were only a few people in the hall. The others had all been cleared. Outside the hall, it was crowded with people. They were all true lake and divine ocean cultivators of the 9 regions. Previously, when the strong enemy had arrived, they had wantonly kidnapped and killed the cultivators of the 9 regions, causing many people to suffer. Now, their own constellation had arrived and defeated the strong enemy. They had even captured 1 person alive and were questioning them inside. The true lake and divine ocean cultivators of the 9 regions also wanted to know where these enemies came from and what they wanted to do. More cultivators of the 9 regions received the news and came out of their hiding places. They were also rushing over, causing more and more people to gather here. Lu Yi sat upright in the hall. The woman, surnamed Sun, and was in front of him. She knelt quietly. On her left and right, the constellations of the 9 regions stood quietly, giving her a mountain-like pressure. Her body trembled from time to time. In particular, Lu Yi, who was leaning forward slightly and speaking in a calm voice, gave her the most pressure. Lu Yi was inquiring about the situation of the region she was in. This was also the reason why he had kept this woman alive. Between the questions and answers, Lu Yi slowly grasped the situation of the region where she came from. The woman was called Sunning. She came from a large region called the Qingli Dao world. Although it was also a large region like the 9 regions, it had a much stronger foundation. There was no sunlight in the Qingli Dao world, which was good news. This was because if the other party had a sunshine realm cultivator, the 9 regions would not be able to resist once they attacked. The bad news was that they had Yu Yao, and there were 3 Yu Yao. The number of constellations under Yu Yao was not much more than the 9 regions. In fact, there were only about 500 to 600 people. However, the quality of their constellations was high. Not only were there early-stage constellations, there were also many middle-stage and late-stage constellations. The reason why the Qingli Dao world had fewer constellations than the 9 regions was because it was not large and its population was not as large as the 9 regions. Such a large region was not considered very strong in the starry sky, but it was not weak as a whole. It was something that the 9 regions could not compare to. The worst news was that the sect Sun Ying came from had a Yu Yao realm. The structure of the cultivation world in the Qingli Dao world was similar to that of the 9 regions. There were many sects, and the 3 Yu Yao belonged to the top 3 sections. The sect Sun Ying came from had 1 Yu Yao. Moreover, she was related to the Yu Yao realm cultivator by blood. She could be considered one of the Yu Yao's descendants. If there was no such relationship, there would not be much to worry about. In the starry sky, it was normal for cultivators to fight and kill each other after encountering each other. If they were killed, it would be due to their lack of strength and luck. If they were capable, they would take revenge. If they were not, they would endure the humiliation and take revenge when they were capable. However, Sun Ying had such a relationship. The 9 regions had to consider whether the Yu Yao realm would come to rescue Sun Ying personally and take revenge for their dead disciples. This was very likely to happen. With the current strength of the 9 regions, they could not fight against one Yu Yao. Chapter 1364. So, in your opinion, will your Yu Yao elder come to save you personally? Lu Ye's voice sounded in the main hall. He stared at Sun Ying, who was kneeling on the ground not far away. Sun Ying did not dare to raise her head. She tried her best to show her weakness and helplessness. She immediately said, "Yes, the ancestor will definitely come to save me. She thinks highly of me and has always said that I can inherit her mantle in the future." She was undoubtedly a smart woman. If she said that no one would come to save her, it meant that she did not have much time left. Therefore, no matter what the real situation was, she would use the Yu Yao realm as a deterrent to Lu Yi and the others. This answer was also her best choice. If I let you go now, will anyone from the Qingli Taoist world come to my remote place? Lu Yi asked again. Sun Ying hurriedly raised her head, revealing a beautiful face that was covered in tears. Her expression was sincere. "If you can let me go, I will definitely be extremely grateful. I will persuade the ancestor not to come here and disturb you." Lu Yi stared at her. "But I cut off your arm. You want to kill my whole family." Sun Ying looked uneasy. She stammered and said timidly, "I was ignorant and offended you with my words. I was just saying it casually. You can't take it seriously. As for my arm, it is in Zhao Tianmu's hands. When I go back, it can be reattached. Zhao Tianmu abandoned me in order to survive. If I go back, I will ask the ancestor to take his life. It will be a punishment for his reckless behavior in this world." "Very good." Lu Yi seemed very satisfied. He ordered, "Raise your head and look at me." Sun Ying did as she was told. The moment their eyes met, a fierce surge of spiritual power suddenly surged. Sun Ying's expression changed. She exclaimed, "You!" As soon as she said that, she stopped moving. Lu Yi also did not move. Feng Wujian and the others saw this, and immediately understood that Sun Ying had been forced into a state of soul strife by Lu Yi. Although this woman appeared to be very docile and well-behaved, answering all the questions without hiding anything, who knew which of her words were true and which of them were lies. Such questions and answers could only get some basic information. They could not tell if it was true or false. In order to obtain accurate information and intelligence, the only way was to pry into their souls. Just now, Lu Yi had asked if the Qingli Taoist realm would attack them again if they let her go. Sun Ying's answer was obviously not trustworthy. Everyone could see the woman's resentment. She had suffered such a great loss here. If she really had Yu Yao's support, how could she possibly let the matter rest? Everyone believed that Zhao Tianmu wouldn't have a good ending if they let her go. However, it was very likely that she would lead Yu Yao back to avenge her humiliation. Questioning was a process, but at the same time it was also a method to slowly lower Sun Ying's vigilance. Otherwise, even with Lu Ye's strength, it would be impossible to force Sun Ying into a state of soul strife so easily, unless it was similar to how Lu Yueme had dealt with him, using some kind of special treasure. Such treasures existed in the 9 prefectures, but they did not have much effect on the constellations. Inside the hall, everyone waited quietly. Only Lu Yi and Sun Ying's spiritual energy continued to collide. On the battlefield where no one could see, Lu Yi held the soul-severing saber and was crazily attacking Sun Ying's spiritual energy defense. Her spiritual energy was protected by an extremely good quality soul treasure. Lu Yi could not deduce the exact shape of the soul treasure, but at this moment the treasure had turned into a layer of protection, blocking Sun Ying's spiritual energy so that Lu Ye's spiritual energy avatar could not easily enter. He could only attack. The sudden change in Lu Ye's attitude made Sun Ying panic. She could feel the strength of Lu Ye's spiritual energy. Her spiritual energy avatar could only hide in her spiritual energy avatar and rely on the protection of the soul treasure. She kept begging for mercy and swore that she was telling the truth. How could Lu Yi listen to her nonsense? Not to mention that they were already on opposite sides and were destined to be irreconcilable. Lu Yi would not let this woman leave alive after what she had done on the Wushuang continent. Since Zhao Tianmu brought Sun Ying to the Wushuang continent, cultivators of the 9 regions who were hiding under orders were constantly found and captured. They were then sent to Sun Ying for her to extract their souls to improve the quality of the 10,000 soul banner. In less than half a month, the number of 9 regions cultivators who died at the hands of this woman was less than 800. It could be said that this woman's hands were stained with the blood of 9 regions cultivators. Lu Yi was very afraid. If Li Baxian and the others were found, if Hua Xiai was found, he did not dare to imagine such a scene. The soul-severing saber was specially used to deal with spiritual energy, but the power of this saber gradually weakened as Lu Ye's cultivation increased. This was because Lu Yi had to face stronger enemies. Although it could still be used now, it was not as obvious as when he was in the true lake and spiritual energy sea. In particular, Sun Ying's soul treasure was extremely high grade. Lu Yi found that the power of the soul-severing saber could not break through the protection of the soul treasure. Sun Ying was still begging for mercy. "Don't hit me, I'm telling the truth. I can swear, believe me, as long as you let me leave alive, I will do anything you want." Originally, she might have had some other plans in her heart, but after Lu Yi revealed his ferocious fangs, she only had the thought of living. Seeing Lu Yi stop attacking, Sun Ying was overjoyed, thinking that he had changed his mind. Just as she was about to say something, the next moment, she saw a scene that terrified her. As Lu Ye's spiritual energy surged like a tide, a dilapidated warship appeared behind him. At first glance, the warship looked ghostly and gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. Sun Ying did not know what this warship was, but when it appeared, her spiritual energy trembled. Lu Yi landed on the deck in a flash, and as his spiritual energy surged, the dilapidated warship looked brand new. Immediately after, figures appeared on the warship. They were Qin Zong, Xiao Jianming, Zhou Xing, Su Qingwei, and the others he met on the Spectre ship. On the ghost ship, Lu Yi had made an ingenious choice at the last moment, and as a result, he had received a gift from the ghost ship. Since then, a dilapidated battleship had been floating in his divine sea. It was usually unremarkable, but when it was activated, it was like the ghost ship had been reborn. Of course, this was not the real Spectre ship. Strictly speaking, it was only a copy of the Spectre ship, with some of its characteristics, including the figures of Qin Zong and the others. They were all manifestations of Lu Ye's spiritual energy. They had no spiritual intelligence and could only move under Lu Ye's control. The crew was in position, the array hummed, the warship shook, and a thick beam of light blasted out. This bombardment was much more powerful than the slash of Lu Ye's soul-severing saber. The thick beam of light hit Sun Ying's soul treasure hard, creating huge ripples, one after another. The scene was magnificent, as if a real interstellar war had broken out. It was just that one side was attacking, and the other side was passively defending. Sun Ying was dumbfounded in a battle of souls. Victory or defeat was determined by the strength of their spiritual energy. It was normal to use soul treasures, but in this world was there such a soul treasure? Sun Ying felt that this Li Taibai was too much of a bully. Seeing that he could not break the protection of her soul treasure, he actually took out a warship to deal with her. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. She was only in the early stage of the constellation realm. How could she receive such treatment? However, it was too late to cry now. With just one blow, her spiritual energy was shaken, and after 2 blows, she became dizzy. Although she had a soul treasure of good quality to protect her spiritual energy, no matter how strong a soul treasure was, it still relied on the spiritual energy. Her soul treasure was given to her by Yu Yao, and she could not use its full power. Even if it was Lu Yi himself, as long as he was willing to spend enough time, He could forcibly break it, not to mention using the Spectre ship. Under such a huge impact, how could she have a good ending? Seeing the protective barrier on the verge of collapse under the two blows, Lu Yi hurriedly put away the ghost ship. He couldn't continue bombarding it. If he did, he would lose control of his strength. If Sun Ying's soul avatar was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information. He turned around and slashed with his saber again. This time it was extremely smooth. Before Sun Ying could regain her senses, the Soul Treasure's defense was completely broken. Lu Yi rushed forward and slashed a few times, causing Sun Ying's spiritual energy to become extremely dim, and she screamed in pain. Only then did Lu Yi pull himself together. Gritting his teeth, he constructed a divine mark on her spiritual energy. 1-point spiritual connection. Perhaps others had some secret techniques that were specially used to pry into secrets from the depths of the spiritual energy, but Lu Yi had never cultivated them. He only had 1-point spiritual connection, this divine mark that could kill 1,000 enemies but also damage 1,000 oneself. Because once this divine mark was constructed, the secrets of both parties' spiritual energy would be exposed. Of course, if Lu Ye's spiritual energy was far stronger than the other parties, he could still suppress the other party's prying. But if the difference was not big, Lu Yi could not do anything. There was a difference in the strength of his spiritual energy compared to Sun Ying's, but it was not to the extent that he could completely suppress Sun Ying. In other words, when Lu Yi was prying into the secrets of her spiritual energy, Sun Ying also had some opportunities to pry into his secrets. Ever since he obtained this divine mark, Lu Yi had only activated it once, and it was when he tried to activate it in the blood-refining world. It did not feel good. Throughout the entire process, there was a lot of messy information that was uncontrollably stuffed into his mind. The process was very uncomfortable, many times worse than when he was probing into the talent tree's leaves. Since then, Lu Yi had never activated this divine rune again. But in order to pry into the Qing Li Dao world more accurately, he had no other choice. In fact, Lu Yi had thought about whether he should use soul manipulation. If he turned Sun Ying into his soul slave, he should be able to get more accurate information. But the requirements to use soul manipulation were higher. Sun Ying was a normal constellation with normal intelligence, and she was not comparable to the ignorant Dao Shursan back then. He could successfully use soul manipulation on Dao Shursan because Dao Shursan was simple-minded, but it would not work on Sun Ying. If he forced it, he might suffer a backlash. Chapter 1365. The moment the divine pattern was successfully constructed, a lot of chaotic information and images swarmed into Lu Ye's mind uncontrollably. These information and images were all Sun Ying's various experiences. How to extract useful information from such a mess was a challenge for Lu Yi, especially since Sun Ying didn't cooperate obediently. Instead, she kept resisting. At the same time, Lu Yi also had to suppress Sun Ying's soul to prevent her from prying into his secrets. This caused the information that Lu Yi could pry into to be intermittent. This time, he felt much more uncomfortable than the last time. The last time he dealt with a blood clan cultivator of the Cloud River realm. The information in his mind was limited, but this time he was dealing with a constellation. Compared to it, the Cloud River realm was like the light of a firefly compared to the brilliance of the moon. In the main hall, as everyone watched, Lu Ye's face became extremely pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Large beads of sweat slid down his cheeks, and his clothes were quickly soaked, as if he was enduring great pain. Sun Ying was even worse. She sat there motionless, and her eyes gradually became lifeless. She did not even notice that saliva was flowing out of the corner of her mouth, as if she was slowly becoming mentally retarded. This scene looked like a battle of souls, and both sides were injured, which made everyone feel anxious and uncertain. But in the current situation, even if they wanted to help Lu Yi, they did not know where to start, so they could only wait quietly. After a long while, a muffled groan came from Lu Ye's side. He slowly closed his eyes and took a few rapid breaths. San Ning still did not move and had completely become mentally retarded. Anyone who saw it could see that this was a sign that her soul was damaged, and the damage was not ordinary. After a while, Lu Yi opened his eyes and told the people of the 9 states some of the information he had spied on. Most of what San Ning said was true. There were indeed hundreds of constellations in the Qingli Dao world, and 3 Yao. One of the Yu Yao was her ancestor, and San Ning was highly regarded by her ancestor. It was also because of this that San Ning was able to search for materials to improve the quality of the 10,000 soul banner under the protection of several senior brothers. Their actions would easily attract the attention of righteous cultivators, so they chose to stay in an extremely remote location. This way, they wouldn't be easily exposed. Before they found the Wu Shuang continent, there was another world domain that suffered a calamity. That world's god ocean and true lake-stage cultivators were all massacred by them. The entire cultivation world system had almost collapsed. If she did not have the backing of an expert, how could a cultivator like San Ning, who had just ascended to the constellation realm, receive such treatment? It was just a coincidence that they found the Wu Shuang continent this time. They thought that there wouldn't be too many twists and turns on this trip. Who knew that they would kick an iron plate? As a result, Zhao Tianmu was the only one who managed to escape. As for San Ying's promise that she would report to Yu Yao that she would not disturb the Wushuang continent as long as she was allowed to leave, it was naturally a lie. It was a lie, based on this woman's temperament. How could she not take revenge after suffering such a huge loss this time? Especially since Lu Yi and the others were only at the early stage of the constellation realm. As long as Yu Yao came, they would not be able to stop her. After Lu Yi finished talking about all the information he had obtained, Feng Wujiang's eyes suddenly lit up. If that's the case, Yu Yao from the Qingli Dao world will most likely not come here. Jian Guhong was confused. What do you mean? Feng Wujiang said, think about it. Since San Ning is highly regarded by Yu Yao, Zhao Tianmu, and the others' mission was to help San Ning improve the quality of the 10,000 soul banner and protect her. Now that San Ning has fallen and Zhao Tianmu has escaped, he might not have the guts to return to the Qingli Dao world and report to the Qingli Dao world. Jian Guhong nodded. That makes sense. If he returns, he will definitely be held accountable. If he escapes, he will be fine. The galaxy is so big. Yu Yao from the Qingli Dao world might not be able to capture him. Feng Wujiang smiled and said, especially when Zhao Tianmu pushed San Ning to little junior brother in order to escape. It would have been fine if he was just trying to protect little junior brother, but he did that at the crucial moment. How could he have the guts to return to the Qingli Dao world? He has to return even if he doesn't want to. Lu Yi suddenly said. Feng Wujiang was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Why? Lu Yi said, large realms with a long history, such as the Qingli Dao world, have something called the soul lamp. It is refined using a special method to extract a wisp of the cultivator's spiritual energy. Every cultivator has their own soul lamp. No matter how far away the cultivator is, the soul lamp can reflect the current state of the cultivator. It can be said that the soul lamp is there when the cultivator is alive, and the soul lamp is gone when the cultivator is dead. Other than that, the soul lamp also has a tracking effect. We killed 2 of their mid-stage constellation cultivators before, so the sect that San Ning came from must have known that they are in danger. If Zhao Tianmu and San Ning don't return for a long time, they can use the soul lamp to track them down. Therefore, whether Zhao Tianmu was willing or not, he had to return to the Qingli Dao world. As long as he had the soul lamp, he would never be able to escape. The soul lamp was a kind of protection for the disciples of the sect. At the same time, it was also a kind of restraint. It was widely used in all the major worlds in the starry sky. In the main hall, after hearing Lu Ye's explanation, the people who were still hoping for a fluke immediately understood that once Zhao Tianmu returned to the Qingli Dao world and reported what happened here, Sun Ying's ancestor Yu Yao would definitely come personally. A big battle was inevitable. Feng Wujian also knew that he was too optimistic just now. He said in a low voice, then, according to the information that little junior brother received, "How many Yu Yao will they send?" Lu Yi gently massaged his temples and said slowly, "There are only 3 Yu Yao in the Qing Li Dao world. It is impossible for all of them to come. At least one of them will be left behind to guard, so at most 2 will be sent. Considering the strength that we have shown before, I think only 1 Yu Yao will come." Why would they need so many Yu Yao to deal with a group of mid-stage constellation cultivators? This was good news and bad news. Yu Yao was still Yu Yao. She was not someone that the current Jojo could deal with. 1 or 2 of them did not seem to make a difference. "I will deal with Yu Yao. I will leave the other constellations to you." With Lu Ye's own strength, he was naturally no match for Yu Yao. He had to thank Su Yuqing for giving him such a great gift before they parted. However, Lu Yi had no idea how powerful the red jade talisman was. He had no idea if it could help him deal with Yu Yao. After all, he had never used it before. But now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. He could only hope that the 2 red jade talismans lived up to their reputation. This was why Lu Yi did not like to rely on external forces. There were too many uncontrollable factors. Moreover, external forces were ultimately external and not one's own strength. Many external forces were expendable and could not be used repeatedly. However, it was impossible for a cultivator to completely rely on external forces for cultivation. Lu Yi himself had repeatedly used the Dragon Emperor to mobilize his forces. What about the time? How long will it take for the enemy to arrive? Half a year at most. Maybe even less. Lu Yi gave an answer. From the information he had obtained from Sun Ying, Lu Yi roughly knew the location of the Green Dawn Dao world. It was not close to the Wushuang continent. Otherwise, the Wushuang continent would not have been discovered only now. However, if Zhao Tianmu drove the planetary boat back, it would take less than a few months. If the enemy attacked, it would take about half a year. In half a year's time, the missing moon immortal would at most make 3 round trips to send 24/9 prefectures constellations over, including the 9 people here and the missing moon immortal herself. The strength that could be gathered here was only 34 constellations. It should be enough. Since the enemy had Yu Yao, they could not bring too many constellations over. Therefore, there was still some hope for this battle. The premise was that Lu Yi could get rid of Yu Yao. "Everyone, we need to send an order to the cultivators of the Jojo continent who are still in the Wushuang continent. Within 3 months, everyone will leave the Wushuang continent. Other than the constellations, no one else will be left behind." Lu Yi said. Everyone nodded. Naturally, they knew the intention of Lu Ye's arrangement. If they could defeat the enemy, they could protect the important training ground of the Wushuang continent. However, if they were defeated, this world would no longer be safe. If the cultivators of the Jojo continent stayed here, they would only be at the enemy's mercy. Leaving first was undoubtedly the safest way. "I'll take a rest first." Lu Yi stood up and walked towards the side hall. Spying on Sun Ying's deity ocean made him mentally exhausted. Moreover, there was a lot of messy information in his mind that needed to be sorted out. This woman, how should we deal with her? Jian Guhong looked at Sun Ying, who was kneeling there like a fool. Lu Yi did not speak. He just waved his hand gently and chopped down. Jian Guhong understood. When the sword qi was released, Sun Ying's body fell limply to the ground. There was not a single drop of blood on her body. Since they had already become enemies, there was no difference in killing one more. They were not as strong as the enemy. The Jojo continent would not be so naive as to let Sun Ying live so that they could make peace with the enemy. As the news spread, many cultivators of the Jojo continent who had been hibernating came out of their hiding places. Some immediately set off to return to the Jojo continent and did not stay any longer. Some cherished their last moments and hunted corpses everywhere to obtain battle merits. It was bustling with noise and excitement. A few days later, in the side hall of the 9-5 hall, Lu Yi suddenly felt something. He stood up and rushed outside. Just as he steadied himself, a petite and snow-white figure pounced on him from both sides. Lu Yi hugged the petite figure and allowed the snow-white figure to jump onto his shoulder. She stuck out her big tongue and licked his face. His cheeks immediately became wet. The body in his embrace trembled slightly. "Why are you crying?" Lu Yi reached out and stroked Yi's soft hair. Yi buried her head in Lu Ye's chest and shook her head vigorously, not saying a word. In front of the main hall, people came and went. Many cultivators of the Jiuzhou continent were already preparing to return to the Jiuzhou continent. When they saw this scene, they pretended not to see it and calmly walked past. After a while, Lu Yi grabbed Yi's shoulder and placed her in front of him. He looked her up and down and smiled. "You're still the same." Yi pouted. "I'm a spirit. I won't grow up. It's better if my Yi doesn't grow up." Lu Yi rubbed her little head. End of chapter. Chapter 1366. Don't you like big ones? Yi looked at him angrily. Lu Ye's expression turned serious. Rumors in the pugilistic world are pure nonsense. Hu Pa, who was on his shoulder, made a sound as if he had something to say. "Shut up." Hu Pa obediently crouched down. After chatting for a while, Yi suddenly showed a worried expression. "Is it dangerous this time?" The previous incident could not be concealed, so the cultivators of the 9 prefectures who were training in the Wushuang continent also knew the general situation. They knew that within half a year, a group of strong enemies would attack. At this time, letting them return to the 9 prefectures was a means of protection. "It's not dangerous." Lu Yi pinched Yi's cheeks. It felt good to the touch as always, and he looked confident. "If they dare to come, I will kill them all." Yi obviously did not believe him. After being together for so many years, how could she not know Lu Ye's personality? She pursed her lips and said, "You must protect yourself." Lu Yi nodded repeatedly. "I know I have 3 lives in one body. I will definitely cherish my life." As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something and took out an item from his storage ring and handed it to Yi. Yi took it and asked in confusion, "What is this?" 10,000 soul banner. Lu Yi told her about the mysteries of this banner. When Yi heard it, she immediately showed a look of disgust and hatred. Not to mention that she was a spiritual body, any normal cultivator would not have a good impression of such an evil thing like the 10,000 soul banner. "What is this for?" Yi asked. "Take it back to the 9 states. Find a place where there is no one and call Little 9. This is given to you by Lu Yi. Just leave it there and don't worry about it." Lu Yi instructed. The souls sealed in the 10,000 soul banner had already lost their physical bodies. It was not easy for Lu Yi to deal with it, so he directly destroyed it. Those souls would definitely die, and there was no use for them by his side. He originally wanted to bring it back to the 9 states and give it to Little 9. There was a secret realm in the 9 states called Tianyuan City, and there were souls inside. Perhaps it could be settled down. Now that Yi was returning to the 9 states, there was no harm in letting her pass it to her. Yi thought about it and nodded obediently. An hour later, Yi reluctantly said goodbye to Lu Yi and walked into the 9-5 hall with Hu Pa. Li Baxian and the others were not in a hurry to return. They were still hunting everywhere. The Corpse Clan was obviously planning to leave this realm at the end of the time limit, so Lu Yi did not see them. This was also the choice of many cultivators of the 9 regions. After all, no one knew if they would have the chance to come to the Wushuang continent again in the future. Naturally, they had to cherish it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned his gaze and looked at a certain spot in the crowd that was bustling towards the 9-5 hall. Amidst the crowd, a sweet-tempered woman stood there quietly, looking at him from afar with a smile on her face. Their eyes met, and Lu Yi smiled. But in the next moment, his expression turned to one of astonishment. His gaze moved down from the woman's beautiful face to her bosom. His breathing suddenly quickened, and his body instinctively moved. In a flash, he stood in front of the woman. Lu Ye's gaze was fixed on the swaddling clothes in the woman's arms. In the swaddling clothes, a white and clean baby was sleeping soundly with its eyes closed. Its appearance was so delicate that it seemed to be dripping water. It was unknown what it was dreaming of, but the corners of its mouth kept twitching, revealing a smile. Lu Ye's mouth suddenly felt dry. He looked up at Hua Xiai, then down at the baby. After a few times, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. A boy or a girl? Even in the face of death, his expression did not change, but at this moment his voice trembled. A girl. Hua Xiai smiled slightly. Lu Yi nodded like a fool and kept saying, "A girl is good, a girl is good." He repeated it a few times, then held his breath and leaned closer to the swaddling clothes. Looking at it from a close distance, he could clearly see the fine white hair on the child's face, small nose, faint eyebrows, and gently moving lips, like you. Lu Yi stared at the child. His voice was so soft that it was a mess. He was afraid that his voice would be a little louder. Really? Hua Xiai smiled and shook her head. Not really. Lu Yi grinned. Then she's like me. Suddenly his face turned serious. No, no, no. A girl should be like you, pretty and beautiful. Hua Xi's eyes curved. She was clearly in a good mood. This was the first time she had heard Lu Yi praise her like this. She held the swaddling clothes forward. Want a hug? Lu Yi reached out with his trembling hand, but the moment he was about to touch the swaddling clothes, he pulled back. He hurriedly put away the Pan-Shan saber hanging from his waist into his storage ring, then disappeared in a flash. Hua Xiai was completely confused. 10 breaths later, Lu Yi flew back. This time, he had changed into a clean set of clothes. Only then did he rub his hands and reach out to Hua Xiai. The moment he hugged the child, Lu Yi felt as if he was hugging an entire world. An extremely complicated and indescribable feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. It was an indescribable emotion. He opened his 2 large hands and held the little swaddling clothes up and down. He did not dare to use any more strength. Feeling the vitality of the little life in his arms, the smile on his face was like a blooming flower. She smells so good, Lu Yi whispered. Hua Xiai replied, milk babies are all like this. This is the smell of milk. Lu Yi suddenly realized something. He vaguely felt that something was not quite right, but he could not tell what it was. Perhaps it was because it was uncomfortable being held by someone else. But the sleeping child suddenly twitched the corners of her mouth and began to cry loudly. Lu Yi instantly felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He did not know what to do. He looked to Hua Xiai for help. What's going on? Did I hurt her? Hua Xiai lowered her head to look at the child, a puzzled expression on her face. I don't know. Why is she crying? Lu Yi was dumbfounded. I asked you? You actually asked me? Who am I supposed to ask? He was a bit flustered. He guessed, is she hungry? Hua Xiai nodded. Then she must be hungry. Then hurry up and feed her. Lu Yi hurriedly handed the child to Hua Xiai. He was reluctant to part with the child, as if he had just given away his most precious treasure. Hua Xiai took the child and turned to pass her to a woman beside her. The woman carried the child with great familiarity and bowed apologetically to Lu Yi. Then she flew out in a flash, clearly looking for a secluded place to nurse the child. Lu Yi looked at the woman's departing figure, then at Hua Xiai. He was dumbfounded. Why did you? What's wrong? Hua Xiai blinked innocently. The child, Lu Yi said. It's my child. I'm going to feed it. Lu Ye's body trembled, and he froze on the spot. It was as if his soul had been sucked out by the myriad soul banner. His head slowly drooped. A bolt from the blue. No wonder he had a strange feeling just now. It was only now that he finally realized it. The child was too young. It had been almost 2 years since he ascended to the constellation realm. In other words, the last time he saw Hua Xiai was 2 years ago. A woman was pregnant for 10 months. If that was really his child, it shouldn't be so young. It should be at least a year old. However, a baby in swaddling clothes was at most 3 months old. But how could he have thought so much just now? All his attention was drawn to the child the moment he saw it. No wonder Hua Xiai said that the child didn't look like her. How could it be like her? What's wrong with you? Hua Xiai looked at Lu Yi in confusion. Then, she suddenly realized something. You don't think that the child... Lu Yi looked up and glared at her angrily. Hua Xiai covered her mouth. You really think that the child... Haha. Lu Yi forced out a stiff smile, grabbed Hua Xi's arm and flew into the sky. A moment later, in the heavy coffin where Hua Xiai used to cultivate, Lu Yi slapped it hard. If it's not your child, why are you holding it? I thought it was cute, so I just wanted to hold it. You wicked woman. You are deliberately making fun of me. I am not. How dare you still be so stubborn? This time, Lu Yi was truly infuriated. She ruthlessly taught Hua Xiai a lesson. It could be said that she did not show any mercy. Only after teaching Hua Xiai a lesson that made her obedient did she let her off. She led Hua Xiai back to the 9-5 hall. Before they parted, Hua Xiai said, You have to think of a nice name for a girl. What do you mean? Lu Yi looked at her from the corner of her eyes. Hua Xiai rubbed her belly and said, It'll come in handy the next time we meet. Don't give me that. Lu Yi would never trust this woman again. Who knows? Hua Xiai pursed her lips and smiled. She didn't say anything else. She walked down the passage and slowly disappeared. Watching her leave, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little lost. Although she had made a mistake this time, she still had to think of a few nice names. Who knew? They might come in handy in the future. After pondering for a while, Lu Yi left the hall and flew up into the air. In the blink of an eye, she was out of the Wushuang continent and in the vicinity. Other than her, the rest of the 9 constellations of the 9 states were scattered around here. Although according to Lu Ye's intelligence, it would take about half a year for the enemy to arrive, it was still necessary to take precautions. After greeting the others, Lu Yi also found a spot and sat down cross-legged on a meteorite, waiting silently. Time passed. Less than 2 months later, the missing moon immortal returned with the 8 constellations of the 9 states. She didn't stop and continued to rush toward the 9 states. Logically speaking, it would be best to replace her at this time. After all, it was too difficult to rely on one person to transport the constellations. However, the others didn't have the experience of driving a planetary ship. Moreover, the missing moon immortal had already traveled between the 2 worlds and was familiar with the route. Therefore, she was the most suitable person to transport the constellations. Another 2 months later, the second batch of constellations arrived at the Wushuang continent. At the same time, in the depths of the starry sky, a planetary ship much more luxurious than the silver fish was rushing toward the Wushuang continent. The scale of this planetary ship was larger than Su Yuqing's, and there were hundreds of cultivators on it. However, there weren't so many cultivators on the planetary ship at this moment. There were only about 20 people on the planetary ship. Half of them were at the early stage of constellation, while the remaining 7 were at the middle stage and 3 were at the late stage. This planetary ship was the one that set off from the Qingli Dao world to the Wushuang continent. Chapter 1367. There were more than 20 cultivators on the star boat. There were 2 Yuyao as well. In the cabin, the 2 Yuyao from the Qingli Dao world sat across from each other by a tea table. One was an old woman, while the other was an old man. Judging from their appearances, both of them were old. Their hair was white and their skin was sagging. The old woman looked even older than the old woman. When a cultivator reached Yu Yao's level of cultivation, they could easily extend their lifespans by several thousand years. Furthermore, all cultivators had their own ways of maintaining their looks. This was especially true for female cultivators, who paid the most attention to their appearance. Thus, regardless of their actual age, any cultivator who traveled through space could be considered young, unless they were really too old. The old woman and the old man were undoubtedly the representatives of this group. While sitting quietly, the old woman looked up and said indignantly, "This is an internal matter of our sect. Why are you following us?" Although there were 3 Yu Yao in the Qingli Dao world, they came from 3 different sections. If there was a matter of the realm, the 3 Yu Yao would naturally help each other. However, this matter did not concern the entire realm. It was an internal matter of the old woman's sect. Based on the information she had, she could handle it alone. She did not know why the old man insisted on following them. The old woman was not in a good mood. The old man could naturally feel it. Although there were hundreds of Yu Yao in the Qingli Dao world, each sect did not have many Yu Yao. Even the sect that the old woman belonged to had only about 30 Yu Yao. 3 of them had died, and one of them was a descendant that she valued. It would be strange if she was in a good mood. The old man smiled and poured a cup of tea for her. He said slowly, "You and I have known each other for quite some time. 3,000 years, right?" Hearing him mention the past, the old woman's expression softened. "Even if you haven't, it's close." The old man said, "Time flies. In a flash, half of our necks are buried in the ground." The old woman snorted. "So what? It's just a group of early Yu Yao. Are you afraid that I will fail?" The old man shook his head. "I'm not afraid that you will fail. It's just that we are the only ones left who ascended to Yu Yao with us. Now that our lifespans are coming to an end, only Little Wu will be left to support the Dao world. In the future, where will we go?" Although the Qingli Dao world had a good foundation, it had developed slowly from a small realm. Nearly 3,000 years ago, the Qingli Dao world had ascended to a large realm. The old woman and the old man were the first ones to ascend to Yu Yao. In the past 3,000 years, it was only 1,000 years ago that a junior with the surname of Wu had ascended. Since then, the Qingli Dao world had 3 Yu Yaos. What does the future of the Dao world have to do with you coming here with me?" The old woman asked. The old man said, "Do you still remember the senior who passed by this world 3 years ago?" How could the old woman not remember? He was an expert in the Sunshine Realm, a realm they yearned for but could not reach. "All these years, I've been thinking about the problem of this world. This world has long been a large realm, and there are no abnormalities in the birth of Yu Yao. However, it is difficult to break through to the Yu Yao level. After so many years, only 3 have been born. I have always suspected that this world is missing something, but I have no evidence. 3 years ago, I asked that expert and got the answer." The old woman hurriedly asked, "What did he say?" "Just as I guessed, the foundation of this world is indeed missing something. As for what it is missing, that expert did not say, and I did not dare to ask. This is the fundamental reason why it is difficult to ascend to the Yu Yao level in this world. You and I were able to succeed because we took advantage of this world's ascension to a large realm. Others were not so lucky. In other words, there is basically no hope of ascending to the Yu Yao level in this world." The old woman was shocked. "Exactly." The old man nodded. "That expert said that there are such realms in the starry sky, but there are not many of them. Coincidentally, our Qingli Dao world is such a realm. How unfortunate. But Little Wu, have you forgotten how Little Wu ascended to the Yu Yao level?" The old woman finally remembered. Yes, Little Wu participated in the battle for the deity ocean at the reincarnation tree. It was during the alpha origin stage that he obtained the opportunity to ascend to the Yu Yao level. As a large realm, the Qingli Dao world also had a clone of the reincarnation tree that was qualified to participate in the battle for the deity ocean. However, Over the years, the deity ocean of the Qingli Dao world had participated in the battle many times. Most of the time, the deity ocean of the Qingli Dao world did not return alive. As a result, the deity ocean of the Qingli Dao world was not enthusiastic about participating in the battle and was often absent. It was only in the past 1,000 years, after the cultivator surnamed Wu ascended to the Yu Yao level, that he would bring his disciples to the reincarnation tree every time. The old woman was enlightened. Does little Wu know about this? Is that why he always brings people to participate in the grand event? The old man said before ascending to the Yu Yao level he might not have known, but after ascending to the Yu Yao level he should have noticed. He brought his disciples there in the hope that there would be another Yu Yao in his sect in the future. The old woman snorted. That young man is not very kind. After thinking about it, she roughly understood the old man's intention. You want to take over that realm? The old man nodded. The Qingli Dao world is not suitable for people to ascend to the Yu Yao level. Since that's the case, let's find another place for them to ascend. In our galaxy, there are not many large realms. It's rare for a newly ascended large realm to appear. Naturally, we have to seize the opportunity. The old woman finally understood why he insisted on coming. Both of them had experienced the initial development of the Qingli Dao world. Therefore, when they heard that Zhao Tianmu had encountered a group of early Yu Yao level cultivators, they were certain that the other side was a newly ascended large realm. This scene was almost exactly the same as the Qingli Dao world more than 3,000 years ago. At that time, the Qingli Dao world was also an early Yu Yao level cultivator. I'm old, but I still can't rest. I'm born to be busy. The old man sighed. The old woman said, If I can find a good way out for the future generations, my disciples died a worthy death. They sailed all the way and quickly approached the Wushuang continent. After a few more days, the planetary ship trembled slightly and stopped. Zhao Tianmu, who had escaped from Lu Ye's subordinates, walked in with his head lowered. He said in a trembling voice, 2 ancestors, we've arrived. The old woman looked up at him and snorted. Zhao Tianmu lowered his head even more. The old woman stood up and walked out, but the old man did not move. The old woman turned to look at him. The old man smiled. I won't show myself first. If we want to take over a realm, someone has to play the good cop and bad cop. This way, it'll be easier for us to cooperate. The two of them had known each other for thousands of years. How could the old woman not know his plan? She immediately nodded, slightly, agreeing to his proposal. Of course, the most important thing was that she felt that the other party could not resist with her strength. He left the cabin in a flash and stood on the deck. He looked around and saw a realm in front of him. There were more than 20 figures standing in the air near that realm. The old woman sneered. You overestimate yourselves. It seemed that the other party also knew that she would not let the matter rest after killing their people. So they gathered a group of people and waited here. However, they were just a bunch of early Yu Yao. Why would she care about them? She raised her hand and grabbed in front of her. A walking stick appeared out of thin air. She leaned on it and stepped into the starry sky from the deck. The 20 Yu Yao mansions followed closely behind her. At first, there were no abnormalities. However, as she approached, the Yu Yao realm's aura slowly bloomed. An invisible pressure swept out. In the sky near the Wushuang continent, there were a total of 25 figures standing. The time of the enemy's arrival was expected. The missing moon immortal only had time to make 2 trips to the 9 states and send 16 people over. At this moment, she should be on her 3rd trip. However, it was obviously too late. The enemy came without any concealment, so the cultivators of the 9 states could easily see the other party's planetary ship. As the warning sounded, the 25 people quickly gathered. There were 4 figures standing at the front: Tang Yifeng, Peng Zhen, Yu Ji, and Wu Chang. The reason why these 4 people stood at the front was naturally the arrangement that the 9 states had made after discussion. Seeing the other party's planetary ship stop and a group of figures rush over under the lead of an old woman, the expressions of the 9 states Yao became serious. Although they already knew that the other party would definitely not let the matter rest, and that Yao would definitely come personally, they could not help but feel nervous when it really came to this. Apart from the first batch that came with Lu Yi, the rest of the 9 states Yao had never interacted with the Yao from other realms before. Behind Tang Yifeng and the other 3, Lu Yi focused his vision and looked ahead. When he saw the old woman's figure, he recognized her at a glance. He secretly transmitted his voice to the surroundings. Qin Yuandai, Middle Stage Moon Jade Realm, Cultivation. Wu Chang transmitted his voice. Can this kind of person kill me with a single slap? Little Iya, is that spirit pattern of yours reliable? Whether it's reliable or not, we can only use it as a banner. As the 2 of them spoke, Qin Yuandai, who was walking over at a steady pace, had already activated Yao's aura. Although they were very far away, everyone could still feel the pressure immediately. The 4 people standing at the front bore the brunt of it. Almost at the same time that the old woman Qin Yuandai activated her aura, Tang Yifeng and the others also activated their own auras. In an instant, the pressure was as heavy as a mountain and as dignified as a prison. Qin Yuandai, who was walking over at a steady pace, could not help but stop for a moment. Her turbid eyes revealed a look of astonishment, because from the aura that the other party had activated, they were actually 4 early-stage Yao cultivators. Chapter 1368. The information was wrong. The other party's realm wasn't a newly promoted large realm. How could a realm with Yao be newly promoted? The old woman, Qin Yuandai, couldn't help but look puzzled. There were only a few large realms in this galaxy, and she had interacted with them before. After all, everyone would roam the galaxy, so it was inevitable that they would have some interactions. But what was the situation with this realm? It was in the same galaxy, but she had never heard of it before. There were countless realms in the galaxy. If it was just a small realm, it wouldn't be easy to discover. This was because, from the perspective of the galaxy, a small realm was just a celestial body. Looking at the galaxy, there were countless such celestial bodies. Even if a cultivator passed by nearby, they might not necessarily explore deeply. However, if a realm was promoted to a large realm, there would be constellations that would begin to explore the galaxy. Naturally, it would be very easy to encounter constellations from other realms. It could be said that after the 9 states promoted to a large realm, it was only a matter of time before they interacted with cultivators from other realms. Unless there were no other large realms in this galaxy. Suppressing the doubts in her heart, Qin Yuandai discovered another very strange thing. Although the other party had a lot of Yao, 4 of them, they were all at the early stage of Yao. Tang Yifeng and the others were naturally not at the early stage of Yao. They were only at the early stage of constellation. The reason why they could activate Yao's might at this moment was all because of the pseudo-prestige spirit tattoos that Lu Yi had constructed on their bodies in advance. These spirit tattoos had no other use except for putting on airs. Lu Yi also rarely used them. He had only used them once, and that was for Yi and Hupa. There was a limit to the pseudo-prestige spirit tattoos. Take Tang Yifeng and the others, for example. With their foundation at the early stage of constellation, they could at most fake Yao's might. It was impossible for them to simulate Yao's might. Therefore, in Qin Yuandai's opinion, there was a strange lineup of 4 Yaos. The reason why Tang Yifeng and the others were chosen was naturally because they had never met Zhao Tianmu. Others didn't know their background. Moreover, they couldn't have too few people. If there were too many people, it would be suspicious. For people was just right. It was enough to make a mid-stage Yao wary. Lu Yi had originally planned to activate the pseudo-prestige spirit tattoos himself, but considering that he might need to take some actions later, he gave up on that idea. As expected, when Tang Yifeng and the others activated Yao's might together, They clearly sensed Qin Yuandai's astonishment. However, she quickly regained her composure and led the constellations behind her to slowly approach. She had seen her fair share of storms before, so how could she be intimidated by the current situation? Moreover, she had Yu Yao behind her. At this point, she couldn't help but rejoice that the old man had followed her. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for her to accomplish this task alone. Her original plan was very simple. In the face of absolute strength, she would directly make a move. Even a group of early-stage constellations would not be able to resist. However, since the other party had Yu Yao, he had no choice but to reconsider. And this was the strength that the other party had displayed on the surface. Who knew if the other party had any hidden strength? In the starry sky, any carelessness could not be tolerated. Qin Yuandai stopped 100 miles away from the 9 provinces group. This distance was already at the warning line for Yu Yao. It would not be safe to go any further. While she was still thinking about how to denounce them, the leader of the group, Yu Yao, stepped forward and cupped her hands from afar. She shouted, "Friends from afar, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling of the Wushuang continent. May I ask where you are from, and how should I address you?" The one who spoke was Tang Yifeng. He had taken full advantage of Yu Yao's calm demeanor. Although Lu Yi had already informed him of the old woman's name through voice transmission, he only pretended not to know. He was constantly activating the pseudo-prestige spirit tattoos to maintain Yu Yao's might, secretly working a little hard. The other party's attitude made Qin Yuandai increasingly unable to figure out the depths of the Wushuang continent. She tapped the crutch in her hand lightly and reported her name. Qin Yuandai from the Green Dawn Dao world. Tang Yifeng pondered for a moment and revealed a look of realization. So, it's Qingdai Mountain's fellow Taoist Qin. I've heard a lot about you. Qingdai Mountain was the sect that Qin Yuandai had founded back then. It had been passed down for thousands of years. Lu Yi had pried into Sun Ying's spirit before, so he naturally knew this information. Tang Yifeng's revelation of Qin Yuandai's specific origins undoubtedly surprised the other party. "Fellow Taoist, you've heard of me?" Tang Yifeng smiled faintly. "Of course. I've always wanted to visit fellow Taoist Qin, fellow Taoist Tang, and fellow Taoist Wu in the Green Dawn Dao world. Unfortunately, I've never had the time. I've troubled fellow Taoist Qin to come here personally. My apologies." He spoke as if he was telling the truth, which made Qin Yuandai even more uncertain. The intersection of domains was the most fearful of situations where others knew about one's background while one knew nothing about the enemy. This was because the more others knew, the more it meant that the other party had an expert overseeing it. Of course, it could also be that her descendant had leaked the information, because according to Zhao Tianmu, her descendant Suning was still alive when he escaped from here. With a thought, Qin Yuandai said faintly, "It seems that your world has the intention of becoming friends with the Green Dawn Dao world." Tang Yifeng had the demeanor of an immortal. He smiled and said, "Under the same starry sky, our 2 worlds are not far from each other. Naturally, we should interact more." Qin Yuandai snorted coldly. She tapped the void in front of her with her walking stick. "Your world's hospitality seems to be poor. My sect's disciples came here. Why were they killed?" She was a little irritated. Things were going in a completely different direction from what she had expected. She had thought that she could easily control this domain when she came here in person. In the end, for Yu Yao suddenly appeared and knew the Green Dawn Dao world like the back of their hand. This made her somewhat fearful. Before she figured out the true details of the other party's domain, she could not act rashly. She had just finished speaking when an arrogant voice rang out. "They came here to kill my unparalleled cultivators. What's wrong with me killing them? Since ancient times, debts must be repaid with money. A life for a life, this is a matter of course." Behind Tang Yifeng and the others A group of constellations had solemn expressions and found it funny. Their impression of Lu Yi was that he was very steady in his actions. They had never seen him so arrogant and domineering, especially that rebellious voice of his. It sounded rather fresh and refreshing. Qin Yuandai's gaze instantly fixed on the arrogant Lu Yi. Murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She said in a low voice, "He is the Li Taibai you mentioned? He also killed people?" "He is Li Taibai. I don't know how junior brother Chen and junior brother Wang died. I didn't see it with my own eyes. However, this person is very strong. It is possible that he killed them." In the end, junior sister Sun Ying fell into his hands. Behind Qin Yuandai, Zhao Tianmu quickly came forward and reported in a low voice. Incompetent, Qin Yuandai reprimanded. A late-stage constellation master was defeated by an early-stage constellation master. This was unheard of. Zhao Tianmu lowered his head and retreated, full of grievances. On the opposite side, as Lu Ye's arrogant voice rang out, Tang Yifeng turned his head and scolded, "Shut up! How can a child interrupt when adults are talking?" Lu Yi hugged his Panshan saber, his nostrils pointing to the sky. "I'm telling the truth. How many people did they kill when they came over? I only killed 3, and that's still not enough. If it were up to me, don't talk nonsense with them. Kill your way over now and slaughter them all. This can also be considered as revenge for those who died. Traitor! Shut up!" Tang Yifeng was seething with anger. Only then did Lu Yi shrink his neck, but his face was full of unwillingness. Turning his head, Tang Yifeng looked at Qin Yuandai and chuckled. "My disciple is young and impetuous, so he speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Qin Yuandai said indifferently, "It's a good thing to be young and impetuous. Who hasn't been young before?" Tang Yifeng nodded in agreement and changed the topic. "But Taoist Qin, come to think of it, this dispute was instigated by the constellations of your world. My Wushuang constellation was chased by 2 constellations of your world in the near sky, and many true lake and divine sea realm cultivators died tragically under the methods of your world's constellations. If we really want to investigate, the fault lies with your world." Qin Yuandai really couldn't refute this. She had already understood the cause and process of the matter in detail from Zhao Tianmu, and knew that the matter was indeed as Tang Yifeng said. Now that she heard the other party say this, the situation was a little awkward. She couldn't come aggressively and then retreat dejectedly. Where would she put her old face in the future? She pondered for a moment and said, "Then in fellow Taoist opinion, how should this matter be resolved?" Tang Yifeng said, "Both of us have suffered losses, but as the saying goes, revenge breeds revenge. When will there ever be an end to it? It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. We're all under the same starry sky and will inevitably cross paths in the future. If we make too much trouble, it won't be good for anyone. What I mean is, let's drop this matter and turn hostility into friendship. What do you think?" Before Qin Yuandai could speak, Lu Yi shouted again, "No way, no way! 4 of them came and only 3 died. Unless that guy who ran away is also killed by me, otherwise we'll fight to the death. No one will have an easy time." Tang Yifeng looked angry. "You don't have the right to speak here. Back down." Lu Yi puffed up his cheeks and glared fiercely at Zhao Tianmu, who was standing behind Qin Yuandai. He looked like he wanted to eat someone, but due to Tang Yifeng's scolding, he obviously didn't dare to say anything more. Qin Yuandai was a little hesitant. In today's situation, it was already impossible to force it. It was rare that the other party had the intention of turning hostility into friendship, so she could take advantage of this to get out of the situation. Just as Tang Yifeng said, under the same starry sky, they would inevitably cross paths in the future. If they completely became enemies, no one would benefit. Just as she was thinking, the annoying kid over there suddenly shouted again, "Old witch! That girl called Sun Ying said she was your descendant? She extracted my unparalleled cultivator soul, so I also extracted her soul and ruthlessly tortured her. She died so miserably. As he spoke, Lu Yi even showed a sinister smile, looking like a demon in the human world. Qin Yuandai's eyes narrowed, and the killing intent in her eyes burned. Tang Yifeng flew into a rage and slapped Lu Ye's chest with a backhand. Traitorous disciple, do you still have me as your master in your eyes? Lu Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure explosively retreating more than 10 miles before he managed to stabilize himself and his aura dropped. Chapter 1369. 100 miles away, Qin Yuandai stared at Lu Ye's figure and transmitted her voice to Zhao Tianmu. How strong is he? Comparable to the later stage of constellation. Can you kill him? Zhao Tianmu was submissive. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. He had fought with Lu Yi before and naturally knew some details about him. He's injured, Qin Yuandai said slowly. Zhao Tianmu was stunned and immediately said, Then maybe we can try. No matter what method you use, kill him for me. I'll let bygones be bygones. Qin Yuandai's voice sounded. Zhao Tianmu quickly accepted the order. Listen to my orders. Qin Yuandai ordered again. Originally, she felt that Tang Yifeng's suggestion was not bad. Who didn't have a few enemies in the starry sky? If she could turn her enemies into friends, it would be a good story. Sun Ying was already dead. Although she valued this descendant, she was not foolish enough to provoke a dispute between the two worlds over the death of a descendant, especially when the strength of the opposite world was not weak. If they really fought, more people would die. Moreover, she did not know who killed Sun Ying before, so it was hard to say who killed him. But now, the murderer jumped out himself and was arrogant and deliberately provoked her. How could she tolerate this? If she tolerated this, it would definitely affect her dignity. In the future, the cultivators of the Wushuang continent would ride on the heads of the people of the Qing Li Daoist world. A thought flashed through her mind, and she already had a plan. She looked at Tang Yifeng and slowly said, I'm very interested in fellow Daoist's proposal. There will always be casualties when cultivators fight for supremacy. Repaying grievances with grievances is indeed not the style of a great family. It's also not the style of our cultivators. Tang Yifeng laughed heartily. It's rare for you to be so open-minded. It's really a blessing for the two worlds. However, Qin Yuandai changed the topic. However, fellow Daoist, let's not talk about the true lake and immortal ocean, cultivators who died in your world. It is a fact that my Qing Li Dao world lost 3 constellations, especially one of them who was related to me by blood. I thought highly of her. When her soul lamp was extinguished, I felt as if a knife was being twisted in my heart, and I was heartbroken. Tang Yifeng lowered his eyes and consoled. Fellow Daoist, please restrain your grief. In life, there are always such accidents. Yeah, Qin Yuandai nodded in agreement. Accidents always happen when you least expect them to. I am very happy that you are willing to represent your world and bury the hatchet with the Qingli Dao world. However, your disciple seems to have a deep grudge against you. Tang Yifeng said, the child has been spoiled. Fellow Daoist, there's no need to pay attention to him. He spoke incoherently, so I have already punished him. Qin Yuandai shook her head and said, It's not just your disciple. I also have some problems here. Tang Yifeng was surprised. Oh, if fellow Daoist Qin has any problems, why don't you tell us? If there's a problem, we can solve it. Qin Yuandai turned to look at Zhao Tianmu and sighed. My disciple has been blaming himself ever since he returned. He blamed himself for not taking good care of his junior brothers and sisters. He kept saying that he wanted to avenge his junior brothers and sisters. I'm already old and I don't want to travel far, but he dragged me along. Tang Yifeng chuckled. It seems that we both have a troublesome disciple. Qin Yuandai said, Yes, the disciple is not sensible. It's us, the elders, who did not discipline him strictly. This rebellious disciple just told me that if we just let it go and make peace, I'm afraid he will feel uneasy for the rest of his life. I don't have many direct disciples, so it's really difficult. I don't know what to do at this time." Tang Yifeng showed a look of understanding. "Fellow Taoist, it's normal for this disciple to want to avenge his junior brothers and sisters. However, it's not good to be too obstructive, since they are so troublesome. Why don't we let them have a fight? As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. After this fight, no matter what the process is, we won't interfere. No matter what the result is, we won't affect the friendship between our two worlds. How about it?" Qin Yuandai's withered face showed a smile. "Fellow Taoist, this suggestion is good. However, my disciple has the strength of a late-stage constellation realm cultivator. Your disciple, Lu Yi, who had just rushed back to their camp from 5 kilometers away, jumped out with a whoosh. He killed a late-stage constellation realm cultivator. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth while he was at it. Zhao Tianmu also flashed and landed in front of Qin Yuandai, giving tit for tat. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability. A prodigal dog dares to bark? Lu Yi didn't even look him in the eye. Zhao Tianmu was so angry that his nose was almost crooked, but he couldn't refute anything. He could only sulk. Tang Yifeng chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, the two little fellows are having a lively conversation. Then let's do as we said before?" "Very good." Qin Yuandai nodded slightly. Using Zhao Tianmu's figure as cover, she secretly transmitted her voice, "Kill him." At the same time, Tang Yifeng also warned Lu Yi, "You must be careful. If you don't have full confidence, don't take the risk." Lu Yi didn't say anything. Before the results were out, how could he have full confidence? However, the current situation was going according to plan, and it could be considered the best situation. The other party had Yu Yao, and she was at the middle stage at that. On their side, they only had 4 fake goods. If they really fought, they definitely wouldn't have an easy time. The only thing he could rely on was the 2 red jade talismans that Su Yuqing had bestowed upon him back then. During these few months of waiting for the enemy's arrival, besides cultivating, he had also been studying the power of these 2 red jade talismans. However, jade talismans were things that couldn't be seen from their surface. They had to be activated to know their specific effects. Thus, it was impossible for Tang Yifeng to tell him not to take the risk if he didn't have full confidence. Ever since he decided to meet the enemy in the air near the Wushuang continent and placed his hopes on the red talismans, it was already his biggest risk. With his cultivation at the early stage of the constellation realm, activating a red talisman wasn't a simple matter. It required a certain amount of time to accumulate power, because he had to pour enough spiritual power into the red talisman. This wasn't something that could be done in 1 or 2 breaths. Lu Yi had estimated that the fastest time he could activate the red talisman was 10 breaths. This way, he wouldn't be able to directly activate the red talisman on Yu Yao. She wasn't dead, so she wouldn't just stand there and wait for him to use his techniques. The moment she sensed that something was wrong, she would definitely interfere. Thus, he needed some concealment. Provoking the other party's anger and facilitating this kind of battle was part of his plan. This was why he had so many wild and unruly performances. The path had already been paved. Whether or not he could proceed smoothly according to his original plan would depend on Lu Ye's ability to adapt. Kill Yu Yao. Just thinking about it was such an exciting thing. With a burst of spiritual power, he charged forward. At the same time that his figure swayed, Zhao Tianmu also made his move. Right now, they were 50 kilometers apart. Although his late-stage constellation realm techniques could barely reach 50 kilometers away, that was only in theory. In a battle, if he used his techniques from such a long distance away, it wouldn't have much power by the time he reached his target. Naturally, he had to close the distance a little and ensure that his techniques were powerful enough. After exchanging blows with Lu Yi, he knew that the other party was a weapon cultivator. In a vast and spacious battlefield like the starry heavens, a weapon cultivator would undoubtedly have the advantage. Moreover, he had seen Lu Yi injured with his own eyes, so he was quite confident that he could win this battle. As for killing the other party, that would be a test of his foundation. After flying for 30 kilometers, Zhao Tianmu came to a stop. With a wave of his hand, 3 spirit treasures appeared beside him, an oil lamp, a ferrule, and a small bell. All of them exuded the aura of top-grade spirit treasures. At the same time, his spiritual power surged as he formed a seal with both hands. 40 li away, Lu Yi was flying over with his saber in hand. His appearance was insolent and ferocious. In the next instant, spiritual power surged around Zhao Tianmu's body. As his hand seals changed, a barrage of techniques flew toward Lu Yi. 40 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye, like a violent storm that drowned out Lu Ye's figure. At Zhao Tianmu's level of cultivation, all kinds of techniques were at his fingertips. Unless there were some powerful secret techniques that required varying amounts of time to accumulate power, there would be no delay. In the tide of techniques, Lu Yi drew his blade and slashed, rushing forward in the face of countless attacks, constantly closing the distance between them. His vigor and speed did not slow down at all. The people of the 9 states watched indifferently, but the group of constellations from the Qingli Dao world and even Qin Yuandai were shocked. Zhao Tianmu was a late-stage constellation cultivator after all. Even if the simplest technique was cast by him, its power would not be weak. In such a dense tide of attacks, normally, an early-stage constellation cultivator would not be able to withstand it at all. Even self-preservation would be a problem. However, there was someone who could move in the opposite direction without being hindered. From this point alone, it could be seen that he had a strong foundation. It was no wonder that Zhao Tianmu had been defeated by him and had fled in a sorry state. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 40 miles had shrunk from 10 miles to 30 miles. It was also at this moment that the ferrule that had been hanging by Zhao Tianmu's side suddenly trembled slightly and turned into a sky full of ruler shadows, mixed in with the tide of spells, and smashed towards Lu Ye's face. Lu Ye's figure was hindered, and his speed suddenly decreased greatly. He clearly felt a trace of pressure. This was also the helplessness of a weapon cultivator. When a spell cultivator opened up a sufficient distance, he could completely use all kinds of techniques in the process of the weapon cultivator's advance. There were 3 top-grade spirit treasures hanging by Zhao Tianmu's side. Among them, the small bell was obviously used for defense, and the other 2 were for attack. The ferrule had been used, but there was still an oil lamp that had not shown its power. It should not be the time yet. The ferrule shadows filled the sky, changing constantly. Sometimes it contracted into one, and sometimes it spread out into millions. Lu Ye's attacks also became violent. He resisted Zhao Tianmu's many techniques and unwaveringly closed the distance between them. After a full 30 breaths, Lu Yi closed the distance between them by another 10 kilometers. Now, the distance between them was only 20 kilometers. If he guessed correctly, it was time for his opponent to use the power of the oil lamp. Just as he was thinking this, a light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. The shape of the light was exactly the same as the light from the oil lamp, but it was countless times larger. When this light lit up, a scorching feeling swept in from all directions. Lu Yi suddenly realized that he was wrapped in a ball of flames. End of chapter. Chapter 1370. Raging flames surged, scorching to the extreme, even distorting the air. Then, the raging flames turned berserk, exploding with a loud bang. The massive explosion caused Lu Ye's figure to stagger, cutting a sorry figure. By the time the raging flames disappeared, the ruler shadows that filled the sky had already begun to bombard him with numerous spell techniques. Zhao Tianmu's battle experience was extremely rich, and his grasp of the rhythm of battle was also very exquisite. When he used this set of techniques, even Lu Yi suffered a loss. The main reason was that he didn't expect the opponent's oil lamp spirit treasure to be so strange. It could be used from a distance without leaving behind any traces. This set of techniques was something that Zhao Tianmu had been using for a long time, and it was always successful. As long as he could use this set of techniques, he could completely control the rhythm of the battle, slowly establishing his own victory. Lu Yi inwardly sighed that he really couldn't underestimate anyone. Previously, when he was chasing after Zhao Tianmu, he had almost beaten him to the point where he couldn't even fight back. However, once the distance between them increased, giving the opponent time and space to use his techniques, the true strength of a late constellation cultivator was revealed. Qin Yuandai silently nodded as she watched this scene from afar. Although they hadn't fought for long, she could see that this peerless cultivator called Li Taibai was definitely not a match for Zhao Tianmu. Looking at the other 4 peerless constellations, they were clearly somewhat worried. However, the 2 sides had already agreed that no matter what happened in this battle, no one would interfere. Thus, although they were worried, they could only watch from the sidelines. The battle between the 2 constellations became even more intense. On Zhao Tianmu's side, the power of his 2 spirit treasures was released simultaneously, and techniques were constantly being used. Lu Yi also roared in anger, and while blocking the opponent's attacks, he madly closed the distance between them. However, in this kind of battle, the closer they were, the greater the pressure on the weapon cultivator. This was because the closer they were to the magic cultivator, the more powerful their techniques would be. This led to the most direct result. The further they went, the heavier Lu Ye's body became. From the initial 40 li to 30 li, it was practically the blink of an eye. From 30 li to 20 li, it took 10 breaths. But now, 30 breaths of time had passed, and the distance between them was still 15 li. Under Zhao Tianmu's powerful and concentrated attacks, Lu Ye's speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. The more Zhao Tianmu fought, the more confident he became. Before, he had suffered a loss at the hands of Lu Yi, so he was still somewhat traumatized by this enemy. But now, it seemed that he had overestimated the other party. This might have something to do with the other party being injured. If the stalemate continued, it wouldn't be a problem for him to win, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill his opponent. I'll have to use some other means. With a thought, Zhao Tianmu looked in Lu Ye's direction and said provocatively, "You dare to boast so shamelessly with just this little bit of ability? I was wondering how powerful you were." From his observation just now, this Li Taibai obviously had a manic and irritable personality, and his actions were extreme. This was also in line with his behavior of cutting off one of junior sister Sun Ying's arms because of a disagreement. Which normal person would do that? Therefore, he didn't need to do much. He only needed to provoke the other party with a few words, and the other party would definitely be infuriated. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, Lu Ye's roar became louder and louder, and a layer of blood mist began to appear around his body. With the appearance of this blood mist, Lu Ye's posture became even more violent. His figure, which was originally unable to move forward even half an inch, began to move forward again, and his aura also began to rise steadily. Zhao Tianmu was overjoyed. Looking at the blood mist that had suddenly appeared, he knew that this Li Taibai had used a secret technique that could temporarily increase his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have displayed such a display. However, this kind of secret technique generally had great sequelae, so as long as Zhao Tianmu could stall for time, Lu Ye's strength would inevitably plummet. At that time, it would be a good opportunity to kill him. For this reason, Zhao Tianmu deliberately slowed down his offensive, allowing Lu Ye's figure to break through to within 10 kilometers of him. 30 kilometers behind him, Qin Yuandai was observing with rapt attention, faintly feeling that Li Taibai's aura was rising somewhat strangely. It was too violent, and the color of the blood mist lingering around his body was abnormally dense. Although she noticed this scene, she didn't think much of it, only thinking that this was a powerful explosive method that the other party had mastered. In the starry sky, this kind of method was very common. The Qingli Dao world also had such methods, but they wouldn't use it unless it was a last resort. However, in comparison, the other party's method was stronger. But in the next moment, a scene that shocked her appeared. Zhao Tianmu, who had originally completely occupied the initiative, showed signs of being unable to withstand Li Taibai's sudden outburst. Zhao Tianmu was also dumbfounded. He had just taken the initiative to let Lu Yi within 10 kilometers of him, but who knew that Lu Ye's aura would be so strong that after entering 10 kilometers, he would no longer be obstructed and would continue to approach him with irresistible force. Zhao Tianmu was well aware of the true essence of fighting between a Dharma cultivator and a weapon cultivator, so he didn't dare to let Lu Yi get close to him. Naturally, he quickly retreated, and while retreating, he used his methods to stop him. The wick of the oil lamp spirit treasure that had been hanging beside him constantly flickered, and every time it flickered, it was a burst of power. The bombardment left Lu Yi with disheveled hair and bruises all over his body, making him look like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, 20 to 30 kilometers passed by in a flash. Zhao Tianmu knew that he couldn't retreat anymore. If he did, he would retreat to Qin Yuandai's side, and what would that look like? Just as he steadied himself and was about to use his methods, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the unseen world, there was a feeling of a huge disaster descending, causing his whole body to turn cold. Looking up, he saw that Lu Ye's body was blood red. He held the hilt of his saber with both hands and raised it high, his arms trembling violently. It was as if he wasn't holding the long saber he was most familiar with, but a struggling and twisting dragon. His aura, which was already unreasonably violent, reached a new height in an instant. That aura was so strong and biting cold that it made Zhao Tianmu, who was in the late stage of the constellation realm, feel insignificant. 10 miles behind him, Qin Yuandai also felt a great sense of danger at this moment, because there was an aura that made her heart tremble that had locked onto her. The situation changed too quickly. When the aura locked onto her, she knew that she couldn't escape no matter what. She also finally realized what was going on with the various strange things that she had observed on Li Taibai's body. Red talisman. Li Taibai actually had a red talisman made by a sunshine cultivator. The rich red light on his body was the sign of activating the red talisman, but it was covered by the blood-red light on his body. She couldn't identify it at first, and the various movements of activating the red talisman were also disrupted by the aftermath of the fierce battle. The main thing was that she didn't expect that in such a place, in such an early stage of the constellation realm, there would be a sunshine cultivator making a red talisman. So that's why. No wonder the other party suggested for the 2 constellation realms to fight. It turned out that they had already planned to use this battle to activate a red talisman, and the real target of the Wushuang continent was her. So from the beginning, the other party didn't want to be friendly, nor did they want to make friends with the Qing Li Dao world. Everything was just a pretense. Seeing the truth, Qin Yuandai snorted coldly, her expression not panicking. The red talisman was indeed precious, because it was something that only a sunshine cultivator was qualified to make. Moreover, one had to be proficient in the art of talisman making. Out of 100 sunshine cultivators, there might not be one who could make a red talisman. In theory, the maximum power of the red talisman was comparable to a sunshine cultivator making a move. But that was just a theory. In reality, the power of the red talisman depended on the strength of the cultivator who activated it. If Yu Yao had activated the red talisman, she might not have been able to block it. But now, the one who activated the red talisman was only in the early stage of the constellation realm. Even if he used all his strength, how powerful could the red talisman be? Since she couldn't dodge it, then she wouldn't. As Qin Yuandai's mind was filled with thoughts, the Panshan saber in Lu Ye's hand was enveloped by the red talisman, and the saber made cracking sounds. He could feel that the Panshan saber which had been with him for many years and had just been reforged 2 years ago, was already damaged. In other words, with the quality of the Pan-Shan saber, it was unable to withstand the power of the red talisman. There were only 2 red talismans that he had obtained from Su Yuqing, and they were of different types. One of them was an offensive red talisman. Once activated, it could unleash a powerful spell. Lu Yi was activating the other red talisman, which was more suitable for a weapon cultivator like himself. Su Yuqing must have specially prepared it for him. All of his previous plans and adaptations were all for this moment of eruption. At this moment, he was less than 20 kilometers away from Qin Yuandai. The moment his aura locked onto her, he swung the vibrating saber. Slash! When the saber fell, Lu Yi felt as if all his essence, qi, and spirit had been sucked dry. This feeling was familiar to him. It was the same feeling he'd felt when he'd used the Dragon Emperor for too long. He forced himself to stay alert and hurriedly stuffed a handful of spirit jades he'd prepared beforehand into his mouth, his gaze fixed in front of him. Success or failure depended on this moment. The red talisman swept across the sky like a crescent moon. Zhao Tianmu, who bore the brunt of the attack, didn't even have the chance to activate the small bell spirit treasure. When the red talisman swept past, his entire body exploded into fine powder. Then, a scene that left Lu Yi puzzled appeared. He'd thought that after his attack, Qin Yuandai would either try to escape or use some defensive technique. However, the old woman didn't try to escape or activate any defensive techniques. Instead, she reached out to grab the red talisman. Lu Yi was like a lamp that had run out of oil. His vision blurred, and he thought he was seeing things. This old woman, what was she trying to do? Qin Yuandai didn't want to do anything. In her judgment, the red talisman activated by Lu Yi in the early stages of a constellation realm was powerful, but it wasn't enough to threaten her life. That was why she'd made such a move that left Lu Yi confused. However, the moment the withered elder reached out, she sensed that something was wrong. The red talisman's power was much greater than she'd imagined. Chapter 1371. Qin Yuandai retracted her withered hand at lightning speed. She let out a shrill scream and slammed her walking stick. A ghostly domain quickly spread out. This walking stick was another 10,000 soul banner, and its quality was much higher than Sun Ying's. The ghost domain could be used for both offense and defense. It was her only magic weapon for fighting. However, she was still a step too late. The ghost domain had just spread out, and before she could build a defense line, the crescent-shaped red light had already attacked. It cut open the unformed ghost domain and slashed Qin Yuandai's skinny body. His hastily activated protective power was unable to block it at all. Following the explosion of the violent power, a red light enveloped a large area. The aftermath swept across, and Lu Yi, who was 20 miles away, was blown away like a falling leaf. Even Tang Yifeng and the others, who were rushing over when Lu Yi attacked, could not stand steadily. They hurriedly urged their power to resist, and one by one they were swaying. In the area covered by the red light, life was annihilated one after another, and more than one person died. Obviously, the constellations brought by Qin Yuandai were affected. Lu Yi was pushed hundreds of miles away by the aftermath of the explosion of the red talisman. He barely managed to stabilize his body and quickly looked in Qin Yuandai's direction. He only cared about one thing now. Was Yu Yao from the Qing Li Dao world dead? At a glance, his face was filled with joy, followed by shock. He was happy that Qin Yuandai was dead. Her body was broken into 2 halves, and blood splashed across the starry sky. Not only was she dead, but also 7 or 8 of the constellations she brought were dead. The rest were almost all injured by the aftermath. Now they were scattered in all directions and looked miserable. The power of the red talisman was beyond Lu Ye's imagination. If he had known this, he would not have tried so hard to close the distance. If he had used it from a distance, Qin Yuandai would not have been able to block it. However, this was the first time he had activated the red talisman. Without experience, he naturally had to play it safe. He was shocked that in the distance behind the surviving cultivators of the Qing Li Dao world, a dazzling light was rushing over. Judging from the fluctuation of spiritual power on the other party, it was another mid-stage Yu Yao. This time, Tu Yu Yao came from the Qing Li Dao world. Previously, when he saw Qin Yuandai leading a group of constellations, Lu Yi had thought that she was alone. In his original estimation, the other party would most likely only send Yu Yao. However, the other party had actually sent out two. Moreover, the second one had been hiding in the star boat behind them all this time, and had only shown up at this moment. Lu Yi felt bitter in his heart. Man proposes, God disposes. He had never imagined that they would actually dispatch two Yu Yao to deal with a group of early-stage constellation cultivators. After all, there were only 3 Yu Yaos in the entire Qing Li Dao world. This meant that they had left one Yu Yao behind to look after their home, while the other 2 had run over. How could the 9 prefectures' constellations receive such treatment? Naturally, he did not know that the second Yu Yao following them was just a coincidence and an accident. She did not want to stand up for the dead constellations of Qingdai Mountain. Instead, she had other plans. That was why she had not shown herself previously. She was prepared to play the villain when Qin Yuandai's side made things difficult for her. In the end, as they waited, Qin Yuandai died. Even the constellations that she had brought along were all dead. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately flew over. Sensing the aura of the second Yu Yao, Tang Yifeng and the others were also dumbfounded. In their original plan, if Lu Yi had succeeded in one strike, they would have swarmed over and gotten rid of the remaining constellations of the Qing Li Dao world. However, in this situation, how could they still have a chance? However, the aftermath of the explosion of the red talisman just now had made their pseudo-power spirit inscriptions ineffective. Now that their true cultivation was exposed, they could no longer pose a threat to the newly arrived constellations. After a short while, the old man with an aged face came to the place where the red talisman had exploded. Although he was far away just now, he had been quietly observing the situation here. He knew that Qin Yuandai had been a little careless in her response. Otherwise, she would not have been so unlucky. That red talisman was not an ordinary red talisman at all. It was highly likely that it was a red talisman made by the dwarf clan. Otherwise, it would not have been so powerful. If it was an ordinary red talisman, with Qin Yuandai's strength, she could protect herself. However, if it was a red talisman of the dwarf clan that had been nourished for a long time, no one dared to be careless. Staring at the 2 halves of Qin Yuandai's corpse, the old man sighed heavily, his eyes full of sorrow. Originally, after 3,000 years, he only had one old friend by his side. Now his only old friend had died, and he had died in the hands of an early-stage constellation. "Keep it," the old man ordered faintly. Even the surviving constellations of the Qingdai Mountain went forward with lingering fear and kept Qin Yuandai's corpse with a sorrowful expression. Only then did the old man raise his head and look at Tang Yifeng and the others. All of them were early-stage constellations. Although there were many of them, he did not take them seriously. Then he turned his head and looked at Lu Yi. Lu Ye's cheeks were puffed up. No one knew what he was eating. When he noticed the old man looking at him, he hurriedly swallowed the food. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. "Scoundrel!" the old man shouted in a low voice. Did he realize that something was wrong and did not even care about his companion? How could his old friend die in the hands of such a villain? It was simply a fool's dream for an early-stage constellation to escape from such a strong person like him. Even if he let Lu Yi run for a while, he thought that he could easily catch up. Just as he was considering whether to kill the early-stage constellations first before chasing after this person, a loud voice came from the depths of the starry sky. "Tang Jun, if you dare to kill anyone from my Wushuang Dao world, I will slaughter the entire Qing Li Dao world." Tang Jun suddenly turned his head and stared in the direction that Lu Yi had escaped. In the next moment, his figure swayed and he chased after him. He said faintly, "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." To think that he, a mid-stage Yu Yao, was threatened by an early-stage constellation. How could he tolerate it? Moreover, this kid had a red talisman. He might have a second one. It was better to kill him first, especially since he had just activated a red talisman. At this moment, there was a high chance that he was in a state of exhaustion. As for those unparalleled constellations, the people that Qin Yuandai had brought were not all dead. There were more than 10 of them, including late-stage and mid-stage constellations. Although they were not as many as the other party, their cultivation levels were higher, so it should not be a problem to kill them. The mid-stage Yu Yao was extremely fast. Even if Lu Yi saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled, he could clearly feel that the other party's qi momentum had locked onto him from behind. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Yi immediately exploded a drop of essence blood in his body and activated the blood escape technique. At this moment, he did not care about his extreme speed. If he was really caught by the other party, he would definitely die. Naturally, it was more important to increase his speed as much as possible. With the support of the blood escape technique, he quickly broke through his own extreme speed. Lu Yi could only secretly pray that there would not be any sudden obstacles in front of him. He was already in a bad state. If he bumped into something again, he was afraid that he could only wait for death. His luck was not bad. He flew all the way and did not bump into anything. Although there were many meteorites drifting in the starry sky, they were actually very scattered. Usually, it was not easy to bump into them unless they encountered a meteorite belt. Lu Yi lured away Tang Jun, Tang Yifeng, and the others. With a heavy heart, they also saw through his intentions. The cultivation of the mid-stage Yu Yao was not something that the people of Jojo could resist. Even if Lu Yi stayed and fought side by side with everyone, he would definitely be defeated one by one. That was why he made a prompt decision to escape. Escaping was not his goal. It was just a means to lure away the enemy's strongest combat power. Lu Ye's side was proceeding very smoothly. As for whether he could escape the pursuit of a mid-stage Yu Yao, no one knew. Tang Yifeng and the others could not do much, and that was to kill the enemies in front of them. It would be best if they could capture a few alive, just in case. After being impacted by the power of the explosion of the red talisman, the 4 fake Yu Yao had exposed their true cultivation. In addition, the tragic deaths of Qin Yuandai and her companions made the surviving cultivators of the Qingli Dao world extremely furious. Not long after Tang Jun left, they took the initiative to attack the Jojo constellations. The Jojo cultivators were still very experienced in group fights. They immediately relied on their advantage in numbers and began to build defenses to resist the enemy's attacks. In the sky near the Wushuang continent, the scene was bustling with noise and excitement. Although they had the advantage in numbers, their cultivation was, after all, inferior. Especially the 2 late-stage Yu Yao cultivators of the other side. Their means were extremely powerful, making it very difficult for the people of Jojo to resist. But they could only persevere. The scene became a little anxious. At the same time, a starboat was rushing toward the Wushuang continent. The starboat was the Silver Fish, and on the boat was the 3rd batch of constellations that the Missing Moon Immortal had brought over from Jojo. They came a little late and did not make it in time for the previous battle. Inside the starboat, the Missing Moon Immortal drove the starboat while taking out musical notes to try to contact Lu Yi. However, there was no response. At this moment, Lu Yi was being chased by Tang Jun. How could he have the time to reply? She began to contact Jian Guhong again. After a while, she received a response. She roughly knew the situation on the Wushuang continent and what had happened before. After a brief discussion with Jian Guhong, she decided on a plan to defeat the enemy. The fact that musical notes could transmit messages meant that they were not too far away from each other. With the speed of the silver fish, they could reach the battlefield in half a day at most. At that time, their batch of constellations could catch the Qing Li Daoist world off guard. Of course, they could not do this with their own strength, but the missing moon immortal had 2 purple amulets that Lu Yi had given to her before. Not only did the missing moon immortal have them, but Jian Guhong, Feng Wujian, and the other first batch of cultivators who followed Lu Yi to the Wushuang continent all had one each. Lu Yi had distributed them in case of emergencies. The power of the purple amulet was much weaker than that of the red amulet, but it was more than enough to deal with the constellations. They had been waiting for an opportunity to use it, an opportunity to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. The arrival of the missing moon immortal was just right. All of a sudden, the silver fish had rushed to the designated location, and the 9 people of Juzhou walked out of the boat. The missing moon immortal gave a few simple instructions and then activated a secret technique to hide her figure and breath. She quietly moved toward the battlefield and at the same time sent a message to Jian Guhong, asking them to get ready. Chapter 1372. Near the Wushuang continent, the people of 9 regions formed a line of defense and struggled to resist the attacks of the Qingli Dao world's constellations. It was fine for a short time, but as time passed, there would inevitably be mistakes. Fortunately, in the aftermath of the impact of the red talisman, these cultivators of the Qingli Dao world were more or less injured. Otherwise, the situation of 9 regions would be worse. A small meteorite flew from the depths of the starry sky and passed near the battlefield. At this moment, the constellations of the Qingli Dao world were all concentrating on their means. Who would care about such a meteorite that could be seen everywhere? However, as the meteorite passed by, a murderous intent suddenly bloomed. They realized that something was wrong and turned their heads to look. A purple light filled their eyes. Nian Yuxian, who arrived at the battlefield with the help of the meteorite, made her move. At the same time, Jian Guhong was also shrouded in purple light. His eyes and divine thoughts locked on one of the enemy's late-stage constellations. The power of the purple talisman bloomed and turned into a waterfall-like attack toward that person. In front of and behind them, there was a sudden outburst of power that far exceeded that of the constellations. The group of people from the Qing Li Dao world were instantly stunned and did not know what to do, especially the 2 late-stage constellations who were targeted by Nian Yuxian and Jian Guhong. They felt like they were being stabbed in the back and instinctively activated their own defensive means. However, their protective spiritual treasure could not withstand the power of the purple talisman. When the spiritual treasure was broken, the 2 of them fell one after another. The sudden death of the only 2 late-stage constellations shocked the rest of the people of the Qingli Dao world. They realized that the strength of this group of enemies was indeed not high, but they actually had the purple talisman, so they did not dare to fight. However, before they could escape, the constellations of 9 regions rushed forward to kill them. The 2 late-stage constellation masters were the biggest obstacles to 9 regions. Now that the obstacles were gone, the remaining enemies were no longer a threat. With the advantage in numbers alone, 9 regions could completely suppress the enemy, not to mention killing them all. Even capturing a few of them alive was possible. When the dust on the battlefield settled, Lu Yi was struggling to escape. He kept speeding up, far beyond the limit of his control. But Tang Jun, who was chasing behind him, could also do the same, and his speed was faster than him. This led to the distance between them constantly narrowing. Fortunately, he escaped first when he saw the situation was not good. Otherwise, there would be no room to escape. If it was just a simple escape, Lu Yi had a chance to completely get rid of him. His speed was not as fast as the other, but Lu Yi had his own unique escape means. However, Lu Yi couldn't get rid of him completely, because once he got rid of Tang Jun and lost his target, he would definitely return to the Wushuang continent. At that time, the 9 continents' constellations who stayed there would be in danger. Therefore, not only could Lu Yi not be caught, He also had to think of a way to maintain this pursuit. It was like fishing, but he had caught a shark, so he couldn't let the shark run away, nor could he let the shark eat him. It was extremely difficult. He was not worried about the sect leader and the others. With the purple amulets that he had given out, as long as they worked well, the remaining constellations in the Qing Li Dao world would not be a match for them. Hence, the sect leader and the others would definitely be able to deal with those guys. He only needed to take care of his own side. Surrender obediently, and this old man will spare your life. Tang Jun's voice came from behind. This was not what he had said at the beginning of the chase. Instead, he had declared that he would tear Lu Yi to shreds. The reason for such a change in attitude was because he had seen Lu Ye's magical means. He had thought that it would not take much effort to kill an early-stage constellation, but who knew that the other party was as slippery as a loach and could not be caught. The distance between them had been narrowed to 100 miles, which was completely within the range of Tang Jun's means. He had narrowed the distance to this extent many times before, but every time he was about to make a move, something that puzzled him would happen. Just like at this moment, as Tang Jun's spiritual power surged, the figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. Tang Jun immediately spread out his divine thoughts and soon found traces of Lu Yi in the starry sky thousands of miles away. He quickly turned and chased after him. He had no idea how this young man called Li Taibai managed to do such a thing. Even he was unable to pull off such a miraculous feat. This involved the use of profound energy, which was a level that only sunshine cultivators were qualified to achieve. Of course, it made sense that he used the teleportation talisman. Since the other party had the red talisman, he might have other talismans. However, after several observations, Tang Jun did not find any trace of the other party using talismans. The moment the other party disappeared, there was a flash of a spirit pattern under his feet. Moreover, although the teleportation talisman could be used to save one's life, no one would be so extravagant as to use it so frequently. In addition, the teleportation talisman's direction of teleportation was irregular, and the error in the teleportation distance was also very large. Looking at the other party's means, the distance of a few thousand miles was always slanted to the left or right, so it was impossible for him to suddenly teleport behind him. This was not something that could be explained by the use of a teleportation talisman. Therefore, Tang Jun deduced that Li Taibai must have mastered a method that could allow him to teleport quickly, and this method could cover thousands of miles. If an early-stage constellation cultivator could teleport thousands of miles, wouldn't it be easy for him to teleport tens of thousands of miles if he mastered this method? It was precisely because of this consideration that Tang Jun's attitude changed. The dead could not be resurrected, and his old friend's lifespan was not long. Even if he did not die in this battle, he did not have many years left to live. If he could really make this boy obediently reveal this method, then his old friend would not have died in vain. Originally, chasing Lu Yi was just a moment of anger, but now he wanted to capture Lu Yi alive even more. Of course, if the other party was willing to cooperate, that would be best. As for whether he could catch up to the other party, Tang Jun was very confident. As long as the other party could not shake him off, then he could forget about escaping. Not to mention other things. Just the problem of the other party's spiritual power was something that could not be solved. Especially after activating the red talisman, Tang Jun was certain that this Li Taibai would not be able to hold on for long. Thousands of miles away, the moment Lu Yi revealed himself, he sensed a divine sense extending from the distance. Obviously, Tang Jun had discovered his position. He raised his hand and sent out an imperial flying tool to the left, while he flew to the right. He had tried it before, and if he wanted to, he could teleport tens of thousands of miles away, but he was afraid that he would really shake Tang Jun off, so he had always controlled the distance of his teleportation to the extent that Tang Jun could detect him immediately. Although Tang Jun could find his position at a distance of thousands of miles, it would be difficult for him to detect the existence of a small imperial flying tool. So he deduced that Tang Jun must not understand what was going on with his method. Of course, even if he figured it out, he would not be able to effectively deal with it, so he still had to continue chasing. In order to continue keeping this old guy in suspense, Lu Yi had to put in a lot of effort. As for Tang Jun's concern that Lu Yi could not hold on for too long because of his spiritual power, it did not exist. In the short time after activating the red talisman, Lu Yi felt like his whole body was drained. But as he swallowed a large number of spirit jades along the way, the more he ran, the more energetic he became, and the more abundant his spiritual power became. Tang Jun had pinned his hopes on Lu Ye's spiritual power exhaustion, but he had obviously miscalculated. Tang Jun's voice sounded in his ear again, and it was nothing more than the same threatening words. But Lu Yi only treated it as a fart. In this way, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Jun's original calmness had long disappeared, and it was replaced by annoyance and anger. He could not understand how a constellation in the early stage, after activating the red talisman, could still have so much energy to run around. When he first rushed to the battlefield and saw Lu Yi, he clearly sensed that this kid was at the end of his life, so how could he still be energetic as he ran? Logically speaking, it was impossible for a constellation in the early stage to have such a large reserve of spiritual power, even if he consumed a large number of spirit pills in a short period of time. While he was deep in thought, Lu Yi had already made plans to completely escape. 3 days had passed, and the battle on the Wushuang continent must have ended. As long as the constellation of the 9 states still had some sense, they would not come out to look for him, because there was no point in chasing after him. Therefore, Lu Yi deduced that there was a high probability that they had already left the Wushuang continent and were rushing towards the 9 states. There was no need for him to delay any longer. As long as he could get rid of the other party and recuperate for a while, he would fully recover, and with the red talisman in hand, he would not have to be afraid of the Qing Li Dao realm. If he could kill Yi Yao this time, he could naturally do the same next time. There were a total of 3 Yi Yao in the Qing Li Dao world, and one was already dead, leaving only 2. Under the threat of the red talisman, they would not fight to the death with the 9 states. After making up his mind, Lu Ye's mind connected with the imperial weapon he had released. He was about 10,000 miles away, and Tang Jun's figure was 100 miles behind him. Perfect, perfect. As his spiritual power surged, the void spirit veins formed under his feet. Just as Lu Yi was about to leave in a flash, he suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. At the same time, the surrounding space shook violently and distorted. The shaking of the space caused the void spirit veins he had created to shatter. This time, he could not teleport away. Before Lu Yi could reconstruct a new void spirit veins, something unexpected happened. The surrounding space was like a mirror that had been smashed to the ground, becoming tattered. Then it began to fiercely collapse towards a point behind him. This change shocked Lu Yi greatly. He instinctively thought that this was Tang Jun's doing, but he quickly realized that this had nothing to do with Tang Jun, because the other party did not show any signs of making a move. He hastily constructed a second void spirit veins, but under the violent shaking of the space, it could not take shape at all. At the same time, an extremely ferocious suction force came from the collapsed space. Lu Yi instantly felt as if an invisible hand had grabbed him. The force coming from behind was so strong that he could not resist, and his entire body was sucked in. The moment his figure disappeared, the only thing Lu Yi could do was to quickly activate his spiritual power to protect himself. Chapter 1373. 100 kilometers behind Lu Yi, Tang Jun, who was chasing after him like a mad dog, witnessed this unforeseen event with his own eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. With Yu Yao's cultivation and a lifespan of more than 3,000 years, in terms of knowledge and experience, Lu Yi naturally could not compare. Therefore, he could see the problem at a glance. This area of space had collapsed. This was obviously a sudden and accidental event. Tang Jun had only heard of such a thing from others a long time ago, and never thought he would encounter it one day. The probability of such a thing happening was simply too small. Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly stopped and turned around to leave this area. However, the speed of the space collapse was so fast that even though he was 100 kilometers away from Lu Yi and his reaction was not slow, he still could not escape. Almost at the same time as he turned around, the space around him began to shatter, and Tang Jun instantly felt as if he had stepped on empty air. Immediately after, he experienced the feeling of powerlessness that Lu Yi had experienced before. Even though his cultivation was much higher than Lu Ye's, under the terrifying suction force, he still had no room to resist, and his body slipped uncontrollably into the area of space collapse, following in Lu Ye's footsteps. The two figures disappeared, and the space collapse and shattering became even more violent, rapidly spreading in all directions. It was a long time before it gradually subsided. In this part of the starry sky, a huge circular portal appeared, the inside of which was turbid and chaotic, leading to some unknown place. In this chaotic and disorderly place, Lu Yi urged his spirit qi to protect his body, but the effect was weak. A mysterious force that he could not understand was surging in all directions. Under the constant erosion of this mysterious force, his protective spirit qi was broken again, and soon he was covered in blood, even a layer of his flesh being scraped off. He slowly realized what had happened. In terms of knowledge and experience, he was indeed inferior to Tang Jun, but for better or worse, he had read a lot of jade slips in the dwarf race's Rest Abyss Pavilion. Comparing his current experience with the records he had read in a jade slip, he naturally understood. He had inadvertently induced the birth of an insect path. The starry sky was filled with dangers, not just from the various star beasts and masters of the various major races, but also some extremely hidden, naturally dangerous places. It was a naturally dangerous place. Normally, one wouldn't be able to see any clues from the surface, but in reality, it was a place where cultivators' expressions would change. That was the place where space was weak. Under normal circumstances, every space was extremely sturdy. No matter how much time passed, there would not be much change. However, the starry sky was vast, and there were always some special places where space was extremely fragile. Some were natural, while some were caused by other special reasons. For example, the nurturing of the insect Tao. The insect path was not directly related to the insects. The insect path was only a name. Strictly speaking, the insect path was a void passage where both ends were connected to two locations in the vast starry sky. Entering from one end of the insect path would allow one to cross the barrier of space and easily arrive at the other end, saving a lot of time on the journey. In the starry skies, there were many such insect pathways. Many experts would rely on stable insect pathways to achieve the goal of rapidly traveling between two specific locations. The insect path was not an eternal existence. Some were slowly disappearing while others were being born. The space at the two ends of the insect path that was being born was undoubtedly the place where space was weak. As time passed, it would become weaker and weaker until one day, it would completely collapse and turn into the entrances of the insect path. Lu Yi did not expect himself to be so unlucky to encounter such a thing. There were too many coincidences in this. Under Tang Jun's pursuit, he had coincidentally arrived at this location. This location was coincidentally where the entrance to the insect path was born. He had also coincidentally constructed the void spirit rune here. Under normal circumstances, even if it was a place where space was weak, a cultivator passing by would not cause any changes unless they happened to coincide with the birth of the insect path. However, this probability was not very likely. However, Lu Yi had constructed the void spirit rune. The void spirit rune involved some of the mysteries of space. The moment the void spirit rune was successfully constructed, it undoubtedly caused some changes in this space, causing the insect path's entrance to appear prematurely. That was why this fragile space shattered and collapsed. The insect path's appearance was caused by him. If it were not for him, the insect path might only appear after a few decades or a few centuries. Understanding this, Lu Yi immediately realized that he was in big trouble. When the insect path was first born, it was extremely unstable and could not be smoothly passed through. It could even be said that not every insect path could be passed through. Even if some insect paths had been born for a long time, they were still extremely chaotic inside. Even if Rizhao entered, he would lose himself and fall into it. Most insect paths would undergo a period of evolution and slowly become convenient for cultivators to pass through. No matter what, the insect path he was in was definitely a place that could kill. This was the first time he had experienced such a thing. For a moment, he did not know how to deal with it. Carefully recalling the information he had read in the dwarf tribe's jade slip, he quickly calmed his mind and allowed the mysterious power around him to wrap around him. He did not dare to resist. This was because the information recorded in the jade slip said that if he really encountered such a thing, the best choice was to let nature take its course. If he was lucky, he might be swept out of the insect path by the mysterious power. Any resistance would only make the situation worse. At this moment, Lu Yi felt as if he had fallen into the deep sea. There were undercurrents under the sea. One moment, he would be swept in one direction by an undercurrent, and the next moment, he would be swept in another direction by another undercurrent. After a few times, he completely lost his sense of direction. After experiencing it personally, he finally felt the danger of this newly born insect path. If a cultivator fell into such a place, it would be easy for them to lose their sense of direction. Without a sense of direction, even if they had the ability to break out, they would not be able to find a suitable place. As for what the mysterious power that was wrapping around him was, Lu Yi could not tell. Intuitively, it was like a sharp blade, scraping every inch of his skin. His protective spirit energy was constantly being broken in the process. He kept urging it, but the effect was minimal. Several layers of his skin and flesh had been scraped off, and every part of his body was in intense pain. How to escape was the problem he had to consider at this moment. The probability of relying on the strange undercurrent to wrap him up and escape from this place was not high. If he did not try, only death would await him. But what should he do? Just as Lu Yi was pondering, a familiar roar suddenly came from not far away. It was Tang Jun's voice. This guy had actually fallen into this place. Based on his voice, it was obvious that he was urging his power to fight against the surrounding environment. However, it was hard to say how effective it was. Lu Ye's mood instantly improved. If he was the only one who had fallen into this place and Tang Jun escaped, then the 9 states would be in danger. Tang Jun would definitely search everywhere for the cultivators of the 9 states. The Peerless Continent was only a year's journey from the 9 states. With Tang Jun's ability, it was not impossible for him to find the 9 states. At that time, without him holding the fort, the cultivators of the 9 states would not have the red talisman with them. How could they defeat Yu Yao? Now that Tang Jun had fallen into this insect path, whether or not he could leave this place alive was another matter. How would he be able to find trouble with the 9 states? He finally had a companion. They were truly in the same boat. Tang Jun's voice only appeared for a moment before it disappeared. Both of them were wrapped in the fierce undercurrent, unable to control their bodies. Just now they were not far away, but now Tang Jun was definitely far away. Lu Yi could not be bothered to think too much about Tang Jun. Right now he needed to think about himself. He had only fallen into this place for a moment, but he already felt like he could not hold on any longer. In the end, he was only at the early stage of the constellation realm. He had not even refined the essence of his flesh to the extreme. Although his physical injuries usually healed quickly, it was not to the extent that he could regenerate his flesh. This kind of thing could only be done by refining the essence of his flesh to the extreme and advancing to the middle stage of the constellation realm. Right now, his entire body was covered in blood, and there was not a single part of him that was unscathed. If this continued, he was really going to die. Lu Yi had no choice but to stuff a handful of spiritual jades into his mouth first, then take out the dragon throne. With the scarlet armor on his body, Lu Yi could clearly feel his foundation being continuously devoured. Fortunately, his cultivation level was now high, so he could hold on for a longer time. However, there would eventually be a time when his spiritual qi would be exhausted. He had to find a way to escape before his strength was exhausted. He tried hard to recall the various details of the intelligence he had seen in the jade slips of resting Abyss Pavilion, hoping to find a suitable solution from them. Unfortunately, he came up with nothing. The omnipresent undercurrent was still washing over them, but with the Dragon Emperor's protection, Lu Ye's body was unharmed. Only the Dragon Emperor was constantly emitting creaking sounds. It seemed that even the Dragon Emperor's armor wouldn't be able to last much longer. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi had an idea and put away the dragon throne. He activated the power of the talent tree. In an instant, countless tiny roots that were hard to detect covered Lu Ye's entire body. His idea was very simple. The talent tree could devour energy, not just spirit stones and spiritual jades, but even the spiritual qi in a cultivator's body. Then, this strange energy in the surroundings, could it also be devoured? If that was the case, with the help of the talent tree, perhaps he could resist the erosion of that strange energy. After some testing, Lu Yi found that his idea was correct. The talent tree could indeed devour that strange erosion power, but the problem was that the speed of devouring was not fast enough. Therefore, in the process of devouring, he would still be injured by the erosion. However, compared to before, it was indeed a little bit lighter. If the talent tree's devouring power was strong enough, it would definitely be able to help him resolve the crisis before him. Unfortunately, it was not yet possible. But soon, Lu Yi had a strange feeling. As the talent tree devoured the void spirit runes, he had a strange feeling in his heart. This feeling was unclear, but it inexplicably deepened his understanding of the void spirit runes. That was a strange thing indeed. Chapter 1374. The void spirit rune had been deduced for a long time. Lu Yi first learned the void spirit rune from his master's ancient book. After the second transformation of the talent tree, he deduced this spirit rune and made some changes to the details, slowly shaping it. Therefore, the void spirit rune he used now was very similar to the one recorded in his master's ancient book, but it was not exactly the same. Lu Yi had always felt that this spirit rune still had a lot of room for improvement. However, his attainments in the Tao of spirit runes were not enough to continue improving it, so he could only wait for the follow-up. Unexpectedly, some strange ideas came to his mind at this moment, and the more he urged the talent tree to devour the surrounding scouring force, the clearer these ideas became. Lu Yi suddenly realized that the mysterious force that was scouring him must be related to space. Therefore, when he urged the talent tree to devour them, he had some new ideas about the void spirit rune that was also related to space, because the two were of the same origin. If this situation could continue, Lu Yi felt that he would definitely be able to deduce an even more exquisite void spirit rune. However, this was not the time to deduce a new spirit rune. He originally just wanted to resolve his own crisis, and the current discovery was just an accidental gain. The birth of the insect path was induced in advance by him activating the void spirit rune, and the mysterious power inside the insect path was inexplicably related to the void spirit rune. Lu Yi vaguely felt that he seemed to have found a way to resolve his crisis. He quickly activated the void spirit rune as soon as he thought of it. The spirit rune collapsed the moment it was formed, because the undercurrent that was sweeping around kept scouring him, so the spirit rune could not be maintained for too long. However, as the spirit rune disappeared, Lu Yi keenly discovered that the undercurrent that was wrapping around him had eased up a little and was not as turbulent as before. Sure enough, the void spirit rune was helpful to the current situation. Although it was not to the extent of completely resolving it, it could definitely reduce the damage he suffered. In this way, he could hold on for a longer time. Lu Yi hurriedly constructed the void spirit rune again, After the disappearance of more than a dozen spirit runes, the undercurrent that was wrapping around him completely disappeared, as if the strange, mysterious power had been eliminated by the void spirit rune. But before Lu Yi could rejoice, a new undercurrent swept over him, engulfing him. The feeling of having his flesh and blood sliced away appeared once more. Lu Yi endured the excruciating pain and reconstructed the void. From his previous experience, he realized that he could not let the undercurrent completely disappear, because once it disappeared, a new undercurrent would appear. He had to control himself well, while not letting the undercurrent around him disappear. He had to minimize the damage it would cause him. This will take many attempts. During this period, he could occasionally hear Tang Jun's stern shouts. His voice was initially full of vigor, but it slowly became irritable and angry and finally became weak. By the time Lu Yi had enough experience to deal with the undercurrents around him, he could no longer hear Tang Jun's voice. He didn't know if the other party was dead or not. But in a place like this, if one couldn't find a way out and didn't have any means to protect themselves, there was basically no hope of survival. Now, out of the 3 Yu Yao of the Qing Li Dao world, one was killed by him, and the other was trapped here. There was only one person left. Before a new Yu Yao was born in the Qing Li Dao world, that person would have to stay in this world for a long time. He definitely wouldn't have the chance to cause trouble for the 9 states. Moreover, this time, the Qing Li Dao world sent out 2 Yu Yao and nearly 20 constellations, but in the end they were all wiped out. The people of the Qing Li Dao world would definitely think that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Now, the people of the Qing Li Dao world must be in a state of panic. They couldn't even protect themselves, so how could they have the time to find trouble with others? At this thought, Lu Ye's heart calmed down. Even if he was really trapped here and had no hope of escaping, the 9 states would not have any trouble in the short term. When a new Yu Yao was born in the 9 states in the future, they would have a stronger ability to protect themselves. The undercurrent that was wrapping around him was suddenly replaced by another stronger undercurrent. Lu Yi hurriedly reconstructed the void and repeated what he had done before. The talent tree was still constantly devouring the mysterious power around him. But in this situation, Lu Yi was not in the mood to do the divination. Right now, he was in a situation where he could protect himself and had no way to escape, which was a little uncomfortable. He checked the various spiritual inscriptions that he had mastered and found that other than the void, there was nothing else that could be of help to the current situation. Then he checked his storage ring and storage space to see if there was anything that could be of use. At first, he didn't have any expectations, because he knew very well what he had. Who would have thought that this inspection would actually reveal an unexpected surprise? He took out a snow-white object that looked like a lotus root from his storage space, the heart core of the void beast. This thing was a spoil of war he had obtained from the insect race's tree world. According to Lu Yingying of the fairy race, the void beast was an extremely rare beast in the starry sky. It was born with a very unique spatial ability, which allowed it to travel through the void and go to any place. After death, it would leave behind a core, which was extremely precious. The insect clan had obtained this heart core from somewhere and placed it in the core of the insect clan's tree world. With its power, they opened up passages to other tree worlds and plundered rare races like the fairy clan. After Lu Yi obtained this item, she had placed it in her storage space. Ever since she returned from the reincarnation tree, she had forgotten about this item. If not for the fact that she had no choice but to look for a feasible solution, she would not have remembered it. This thing might be useful. The insect clan could use this thing to open up connections to other tree worlds, which meant that this thing still had the ability of the void beast to travel through space when it was alive. Now that he was trapped in the insect path and could not escape, if he used this thing, perhaps he could break free from the insect path shackles and leave this place. No matter what, this was still a ray of hope. Lu Yi quickly began to study the heart core in his hand. When he first obtained this thing, he had only examined it slightly and did not observe it carefully. Now that he examined it carefully, He was surprised to find that the inside of this heart core was covered with mysterious and wonderful lines. Lu Yi even found traces of the existence of void spirit inscriptions in these crisscrossing lines. In comparison, the patterns in the heart core were much more complicated than those of void spirit tattoos. In addition to the traces of void spirit tattoos, there were more complicated patterns. This was really the work of nature. The void beast was a star beast and did not have much intelligence. Naturally, it did not know anything about spirit tattoos. However, it was born with the ability to control some spirit tattoos. It could travel through space, and it must have relied on the complicated patterns contained in the heart core. The insect clan had placed it in the tree world. Those divine sea realm insects could activate the power of this heart core, so there was no reason that Lu Yi could not. After a short test, he quickly figured out how to control this thing. It was nothing more than pouring spiritual energy into it to activate the power of the complicated spirit tattoos in the heart core and break the void barrier. Lu Yi was secretly excited and began to try. He poured his spiritual energy into the heart core at a moderate speed. He could clearly feel that the spirit tattoos in the heart core were activated. Then a light flashed out from the front of the heart core and hit the position right in front of him. There, an undercurrent that passed by suddenly collapsed. Then the space seemed to melt. From the point where the light landed, it spread to the surroundings, like a piece of paper being ignited from the center by a spark. Lu Yi stared at it without blinking. He vaguely realized that this was a sign that the space barrier was melting. Once this barrier completely disappeared, he could escape from here and go to the space on the other side of the barrier. As for where the space on the other side was, Lu Yi did not know. Whether it was a dangerous place or not, it was better than being trapped in this chaotic insect path. Just as he was secretly excited and looking forward to it, the melting space barrier began to recover rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it returned to normal and was filled with undercurrents again. Lu Yi frowned. Not believing it, he tried again. This time, he poured more spiritual energy into the heart core. After a while, as the power of the heart core was stimulated, the space barrier began to melt again. However, the same thing happened again. Before the space barrier was completely broken, it began to recover. Lu Yi could not help but feel annoyed. He tried a third time. This time, he did not hold back and poured almost all of his spiritual energy into it. It was still useless. He thought as he ate spiritual jades to recover his strength. After 3 attempts, he could confirm one thing. The void beast's heart core was helpful in his current predicament. It could help him escape this place. The prerequisite was that its power had to completely break through the space barrier. It was a problem with his own strength. With his own strength, the power of the heart core was not enough to do this. Thus, he needed more power. When he realized this, Lu Yi also understood the root of the problem. His current cultivation level was at the early constellation realm. He was not far from the middle constellation realm. However, even if he really raised his cultivation level to the middle constellation realm, he might not be able to meet the requirements. Early and middle constellation realms were still constellation realms. The nature of spiritual energy did not change. The only thing that changed was the amount of spiritual energy stored. As such, if he wanted to use the heart core to escape, it was best to use the Moon Jade realm to activate the heart core's power. This was because the Moon Jade realm's power was of a different nature. It was much stronger than spiritual energy, so it would definitely be able to meet the requirements. Lu Yi cursed and hurriedly activated his spiritual energy as he shouted, "Tang Jun, are you dead?" Before, he had hoped that Tang Jun was dead, but now he was a bit nervous. He never thought that there would be a time when he would need Tang Jun's power. The world was truly unpredictable. If Tang Jun was already dead, then he really would not be able to escape. Lu Yi did not have time to think too much. His figure flashed as he began to search for traces of Tang Jun. At the same time, he continuously shouted, hoping to receive a response. However, there was no response. Lu Yi suspected that Tang Jun was really dead because he had not heard any movement from him in a long time. At that moment, he suddenly felt a faint spiritual energy fluctuation coming from a certain direction. Apart from him, there was only Tang Jun in this place. Lu Yi hurriedly followed the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuations and finally arrived at the place with great difficulty. Taking a closer look, who else could it be but Tang Jun sitting in the middle of the undercurrent? Chapter 1375. Lu Yi took a closer look and found that this old man was in a much more miserable state than he was. Although Tang Jun was stronger, he had no means to deal with this situation. When he first fell into this place, he blindly charged forward recklessly in an attempt to break free from the insect path shackles. Who knew that he would fall deeper and deeper? By the time he realized that things were not going well, it was already too late to stop. At this moment, Tang Jun's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. However, he did not seem to have suffered any external injuries. After all, he was Yu Yao. Flesh wounds could be easily healed with just a little effort. However, his condition was obviously extremely poor. His aura was as weak as a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. The place where he was standing was enveloped by a light barrier. A small bell hovered beside him. This bell was obviously a protective artifact. The light barrier was also released by this bell. However, when Lu Yi arrived, the light barrier had already dimmed to the extreme. Just like his aura, it was wavering. Tang Jun was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Once the protection of this bell was broken, what awaited him would be complete destruction. The only reason he was still alive was because of this bell's protection. It was good that he was not dead. Lu Yi calmed himself down. Almost at the same time that Lu Yi discovered him, Tang Jun sensed something and looked in Lu Ye's direction. He stared deeply into Lu Ye's eyes and said with a calm expression, "Little friend, you're really something. This old master has been defeated this time. However, it seems that you can't escape either?" Lu Yi raised his brows. "You think I planned this?" "You didn't?" Lu Yi shook his head. "It was purely an accident." Tang Jun did not comment. It was unknown whether he believed him or not. After a moment of silence, he said, "Whether it was an accident or not, this is the end. Now, neither you nor I can escape. This old master will not have a good ending, and you will not be able to survive either. What a pity! What's a pity?" Tang Jun smiled faintly. "Little friend, you had such a bright future ahead of you. But now you have to accompany an old man like me to sleep here. This old master has not lost out. Ha ha ha!" Lu Yi was a little surprised by his attitude. He thought that when he found the other party would definitely be furious and come up to kill him. Who would have thought that the other party seemed to have accepted reality? Perhaps it was because he was open-minded, or perhaps it had something to do with his current situation. Tang Jun obviously wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, and he probably wouldn't have the energy to continue fighting. "Let's not talk about whether it's a loss or not. I'm here to make a deal with you," Lu Yi said. Tang Jun was puzzled. Now that things have come to this, why do you still want to talk to this old man? He was about to die. What else could he do? Lu Yi went straight to the point. "Do you want to live or die?" Tang Jun frowned. "Are you threatening me?" Lu Yi also felt that his words were a little ambiguous. He raised his hand and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just asking. If you insist on dying, then we don't have to make a deal. If you want to live, then we can still talk." Tang Jun smiled and said, "Although this old man is already old and doesn't have many years left to live, who would be willing to die if they could continue living? It's just that." Speaking up to this point, Tang Jun suddenly seemed to notice something and looked at Lu Yi seriously, asking in surprise, "Do you have a method to weaken the erosion of space turbulence?" It was only now that he realized something. He, a Moon Jade Realm cultivator, had fallen into this place and was now half dead, so there was no reason for Lu Yi a star constellation cultivator, to still be alive. He should have died long ago. Looking at Lu Ye's condition, although he looked a little miserable, he was actually in a much better state than Tang Jun. How is this possible? Taking a closer look, the space turbulence around Lu Ye's body was indeed not too strong. With his early star constellation cultivation, he should be able to barely resist it. Tang Jun was greatly surprised. Space turbulence? Lu Yi showed a puzzled look. Tang Jun calmed his mind and said, "It's the mysterious power that fills this place, the manifestation of space force. This old man only heard about it from an expert, but I don't know its secrets." Lu Yi understood. Previously, he had felt that the mysterious power that filled this place originated from the word space. The same was true for void spirit veins, which was why void spirit veins could be used here. Looking at it now, this was indeed the case. "Little friend, what kind of method is this?" Tang Jun's eyes lit up as if he was a drowning man who had seen a life-saving straw. Truth be told, he had already resigned himself to his fate because he had already used all of his methods. But in the end, not only were they useless, but they also made him more and more miserable. In the end, he could only summon his defensive treasure and sit here waiting for death. But if Lu Yi had a method to weaken the space turbulence, then perhaps he could still fight for it? The other party had come to find him at this time and even asked if he wanted to live or die, so he might have some kind of request. Having lived for more than 3,000 years, Tang Jun could be considered to be experienced with age and immediately noticed something. Lu Yi did not answer his question and instead nodded, saying, "It seems that you want to live." Tang Jun said, "Little friend, are you willing to lend me a hand? What is your request?" No wonder this little brat came up to talk about a deal. "No hurry, no hurry." Lu Yi calmly sat down not far in front of him, causing the corners of Tang Jun's eyes to twitch. This little brat was not in a hurry, but he could not show it. "Before we get down to business, there are some things I need you to understand." As Lu Yi spoke, he raised his hand and a red talisman appeared in his palm. It was the second red talisman that he had been nourishing in his body. Seeing this, Tang Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, it was as he had thought before. This Li Tai Bai did indeed have more than one red talisman. It seemed that he had made the right decision to chase after him. Otherwise, if this little brat had recovered his strength and had a red talisman in his hand, even he would have to be wary. "Old Tang, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Can you tell the origin of this red talisman?" Old Tang. Tang Jun narrowed his eyes and could not help but twitch. After living for so long, this was the first time someone had called him that. Too lazy to argue with Lu Yi, he lowered his eyes and said indifferently, "Red talismans can only be refined by strong cultivators in the Sunshine Realm. However, an ordinary red talisman produced by an early Constellation Realm cultivator like you would not have the power to kill a Midway-out cultivator in one blow, even if the Midway-out cultivator was careless. In this world, only a red talisman produced by the human tribe can have such power after being nourished in the body of a cultivator. Therefore, this old man boldly guesses that this red talisman was made by the human tribe." Lu Yi gave him a thumbs up. "The older you are, the more knowledgeable you are. Little friend, are you trying to tell me that you have a way to deal with me by letting me see this red talisman?" "No." Lu Yi shook his head. "I just want to tell you that I have someone above me. The Wushuang continent is a vassal realm of Mount Fengsuan in the east. Your Qing Li Daoist world invaded us for no reason and caused trouble first. I killed them because they deserved it. To tell you the truth, all the constellations that Qin Yuandai brought with her should be dead by now. Our Wushuang continent cultivators have more than just red talismans. Mount Fengsuan has given us many purple talismans. Old Tang, do you think those constellations can withstand the power of the purple talismans?" Tang Jun was skeptical. "Little friend, why didn't you mention this before?" He did not believe it because the human tribe rarely interacted with other races, let alone taking any realm as their vassal realm. This was completely unheard of. However, Qin Yuandai did have 2 red talismans from the human tribe. If he had more purple talismans, then the constellations that Qin Yuandai brought with her would be doomed. According to his observations, the Wushuang continent was indeed a large realm that had just been promoted. Logically speaking, cultivators from such a realm had just set foot in the starry sky, let alone become friends with the human tribe. If the human tribe cultivators did not take the initiative to give them these talismans, it was impossible for them to have red and purple talismans. What's the point of saying it? Lu Yi snorted coldly. In the cultivation world, whose fists are bigger and whose words are louder. Instead of saying it and letting you guess, it's better to say it. It's better to just take action. I originally thought that your Qing Li Daoist world only has 3 Yu Yaos. After killing one, the other 2 would probably not dare to invade. Who knew that you were still hiding behind the scenes? Tang Jun was a little speechless. I just happened to be here at the right time and came to take a look. After a pause, he continued, in that case, the 4 of you disguised yourselves as early-stage Yu Yaos with the help of the human tribe's talismans. He had been paying attention to the 4 fake Yu Yaos. When the power of the red talismans exploded and their true cultivation was exposed, he was also shocked and could not figure out what kind of mysterious method it was. Lu Yi immediately nodded. Of course, the talismans of the human tribe are infinitely mysterious. What's the big deal about pretending to be Yu Yaos? If it weren't for the fear of scaring you away, I, Wushuang, could even disguise you in the sun. Since they had misunderstood, he might as well let them misunderstand. Of course, Lu Yi would not be kind enough to tell him the truth. Tang Jun did not say anything. After a long silence, he asked, Little friend, how long has it been since your Wushuang advanced to a large domain? 3 or 4 years. Why, then, little friend, do you know what the place we're at is called? The Insect Path. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he realized Tang Jun's intention and said, There's no need to probe further. I've been to Mount Fengtsuan in the east and stayed in their Rest Abyss Pavilion for a few months. I've read tens of thousands of jade slips that recorded all kinds of information about the starry sky. So don't treat me, Wushuang, as an inexperienced layman who knows nothing about the starry sky. We know everything we need to know. Of course, Tang Jun would not believe him so easily, so he casually said a few more things about the starry sky. It was common knowledge, but cultivators who had just advanced to a large domain would never have the chance to do so. Lu Yi answered all the information he came into contact with fluently. Only then did Tang Jun sigh. Your Wushuang is really lucky. When the Green Dawn Dao world advanced more than 3,000 years ago, the first batch of constellations knew nothing about the starry sky. However, after many years of exploration, they slowly integrated into the starry sky. In comparison, the Wushuang continent was really lucky. It had only advanced to a large domain for a few years, but it had already established a relationship with the human tribe.